It's the Orioles on Masson, and here at Camden Yards, a light drizzle continues to fall, as it has for most of the day. The New York Yankees in town for just a 2-game set. The Orioles trail in the season series 2-4, with a chance to even that up in these two at home. This drizzle's just been going on and on. The game's going to be delayed a bit until about 7:15. That's the call. They have taken the tarp off the field, even though the drizzle continues. And obviously, gates open, people in, and more importantly, the starters are, in fact, warming up. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome for the Orioles and the Yankees. Very similar numbers up and down the line. Offensively, pitching-wise, defense, that goes to the Yankees coming into this. They are number 1 in the American League overall fielding-wise, while the Orioles are last. Yankees have committed only 13 errors on the season. The O's trying to reverse the number of errors they have put up in the unearned runs that are coming with it. Let's take a look at what these two teams have done in this 2 series that have been played so far this season. In the first series here at Camden Yards, it was all Yankees. The 10 runs scored by the Orioles, hitting .246 ERA, very high, 5.51 on the Orioles staff. Bullpen not bad, but too many runs down by the time the pen got in. That got reversed at Yankee Stadium in that last 3-game series, where the Orioles took 2 out of 3, scoring 13 runs, a much better batting average, but most important, that starter ERA went from 5.51 to 1.33 in that last series, and the bullpen didn't give up a darn thing in those 3 games. They allowed 5 2/3 innings of zeros going up. So, Mike Bordick, here we go again. I mean, these are the tests that come in the Eastern Division. Yankees, Red Sox, Tampa Bay, of course, and Toronto. Ball games you'll look at with a little extra oomph.
Well, no doubt about it. Here in this short series, this 2-game series, you know, the Orioles have been playing some great baseball. Just came off a great series with Tampa Bay, and they've had a tough stretch of games here the last couple of weeks. So this will be another great test for them here in the American League East, playing the Yankees here with 2 great pitchers going at it, Nova and Hamill, and then tomorrow, obviously, CC Sabathia. So another tough test.
From a player's perspective, especially if you're on the road for these 2-game series, is it a disadvantage because it's just 2 games?
Well, I don't know if it's a disadvantage. I just think that players get into routines. I mean, that's what this game is all about. And then all of a sudden, when you get a 2-game series thrown in there, and both teams actually have to play 2-game series here. This 2 games, and then we go to Kansas City, and New York has to go on up to Tampa or Toronto. So it's just out of the routine. You just gets broken up a little bit. But, you know, when these guys cross the lines, it's just playing the game again.
Well, Jason Hamill's going to be back on the mound. He, of course, did not make his last start. That right knee was the problem for him. He comes back tonight, and if the Orioles ever need to have anybody healthy on this team, it certainly is Jason Hamill. Now, the problem with that right knee is the fact that is the one that he pushes off with. How is it feeling? He says it's okay. That right knee matters, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does. I mean, I was talking to Rick Adair earlier today, and sometimes the problem is that right knee gets extended out over that right foot too much, and it causes him to his mechanics to break down a little bit. And obviously, with the health concerns right now, they're going to keep a close eye on that, because if he starts elevating the ball early, that shows his mechanics are breaking down. But he's been pretty dominant here in the early going, and he's been able to battle through this. But this is definitely a concern. He obviously missed that start, but, you know, if he can't keep that knee strength up, look for his mechanics to falter a little bit.
He thinks it's okay, and in fact has said that as a result of missing the start, he thinks he'll be okay for the rest of the season. Of course, every player who has every kind of an injury problem says those kind of things, because that's what they hope for. But until you get out there and start to throw the baseball, in his case, you really don't know.
Well, you're right. You don't know. But I think when you get into these games, especially a big game against the East here, the Yankees, you know, that adrenaline picks up. So a lot of times you can overcome and persevere through injuries such as that.
Let's take a look at the numbers for Jason Hamill, because it has been an extraordinary turnaround. From last year, the ERA way down, cut in half. Perhaps most impressive, the fact he's been able to go from 46% of outs recorded on ground balls to 61%. Much, much better. And that strikeout percentage has doubled from 12.7 up to 25.5. Why? What's the difference?
Well, I think it's a combination of a couple things. Obviously, last year he was in Colorado, you know, where the air is lighter, the ball isn't moving quite as much. Well, here he comes into Baltimore. He's got another year in the big leagues under his belt. He's learned a little bit more about himself. He's got that extra movement because he's pitching in a more conducive climate to having that ball move a little bit better. and he's having early success, and he's just riding that. He's been very dominant here in the early going.
He has been the real #1 star of the staff so far, and that's why the Orioles need him to be healthy. He'll go to the mound tonight, and the Oriole eyes will they'll be on him to make sure that right knee is not bothering him in this game. We have a little bit of a rain delay. Players are getting ready to go, though. We're supposed to have first pitch somewhere between 7:15 and 7:20. We'll be right back. Mother Nature cooperates. We're going to have about a 10-minute delay in first pitch. That's what we're hoping for. That's why we are a little late in the start. The Orioles' Brian Roberts, of course, has been traveling with the ball club, and he's been with the ball club here at home, working out with them on a regular basis. We're going to talk to Mike about that because he's been down there with him, actually helping out. While we were in Boston, we had a chance to talk to Brian Roberts and asked him about his status right now and what it looks like, at least for the immediate future.
My doctor will make that call. I don't really call the shots in all of this. I tell him where I am and how I feel and what happened today, what's going to happen, and then he kind of lays out a plan. So, you know, if I was ready, I'd be gone today. But obviously he doesn't think I'm fully ready yet, but I'm closer than I ever have been, hopefully.
And getting closer still yet, Mike, as he continues to work out.
Oh, yeah, he's working hard every day. He's doing more. He's getting more active. Obviously, you see right there, starting to progress into some diving drills. Had him out there today on the wet grass, actually being more aggressive on diving drills, and just seeing how he responds, how his head responds to that kind of constant pounding up and down. But everything he's done has been really aggressive and as full speed as he can possibly do it. The ground balls he's taking, turning double plays. Now he's starting to dive. This whole week he's been working on these diving drills. So he's pretty close, and I can tell just by looking at him that he's got that itch, you know, to really start getting out there and test it.
How about with the bat when he's swinging the bat? How's that look?
He looks great. He really does. He takes, gosh, it just seems like 100 swings a day, maybe more, because, you know, we throw to him on the field. He's hitting obviously both from left and right side, but he's really getting after it. And there we have a little game we play where I'm only about 40 feet away, and I start cutting the ball and sinking the ball on him, just trying to get him out. And he's been really impressive. And to be able to stay on this, because I'm not saying I throw 95 miles an hour, but obviously to add a little bit of movement in there and him to approach it more like a game situation is just another step in the right direction.
If you could throw 95 miles an hour, we'd start you tomorrow night. You know?
Yeah.
We give you a chance.
Down in Sarasota, right?
Exactly. That's right. You can start the rehab. Speaking of that, now you've been through these with a number of players and probably yourself at times. In the situation he's in, not having played in a game for so long, probably when he's when he's actually cleared to play in a game, how many games do you think he needs to get in before he's going to be ready to come back here?
Well, it's gonna take a couple weeks anyway. Your body just, even though he's been doing so much and trying to push himself as aggressively as possible, nothing can compare to a game situation. Your adrenaline gets lifted, your steps are a lot quicker and more intense. When you dive for a ball, they're just more of a pounding on your body than a controlled situation like we have out here. So, he's going to have to obviously get through the aches and pains of just being out there playing. He's going to have arm soreness, he's going to have leg soreness, he's going to have, his rib cage is going to be sore from swinging, trying to amp it up to catch up to a 90, 95 mile an hour fastball. So he's got to overcome that as well, just getting over that general soreness of playing every day. And then it's going to be settling in, picking up the speed and the rhythm of the game again. So it's going to be a 3-week process possibly.
All right. And obviously he's not been cleared for that. It is the concussion problem he continues to deal with. And as he said to us, all of that is about what the doctors will let him do. For the New York Yankees, obviously coming into this 2-game set and for the rest of the year, they do not have Mariano Rivera, one of the biggest stories in baseball. The fact that he is now out injured while shagging fly balls. And has it made a difference in the bullpen? Well, clearly so. David Robertson's probably taken over as the closer, say probably because that's changed a little bit. You take a look at our PNC Inside the Numbers, brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you, the Yankees bullpen in April, about as good as you can get. Their save percentage up there at 83.3, had 7 holes. 81-30, an interesting strikeout to walk ratio that has changed dramatically here in the month of May, and the opponent batting average has jumped all the way from 204 to 281, along with that top number, the ERA, going from 2 in April to 4.45 in May with Rivera. He last pitched on April 30 against the Orioles. And I got to believe that for the rest of the season, knowing Mariano Rivera is not there, opponents, it's got to be a little easier mentally thinking about coming back against the Yankees.
I agree totally. There's nothing like, it's unfortunate, obviously, that baseball has lost and the Yankees lost one of the greatest closers of all time, if not the greatest closer of all time. But when you go into that bullpen, when you get deep enough into the game and you start facing their bullpen, you just know he's not out there, and it's just a mental lift. The burden is gone of knowing that Rivera could potentially come in and slam the door for the Yankees. And there are some question marks out there, obviously, that they're trying to fill holes in that bullpen right now. And
Garcia is one of those who lost his starting rotation spot and is now in the bullpen. And at this point, a bit of a concern because he's trying to figure out, how do you work out of the pen? How do you get this done effectively? And if you listen to some of the Yankee people right now, it doesn't seem like he's found the answer to that yet.
Well, not yet. And he obviously, he's a veteran guy. He's been around long enough, but all he's done his whole career is start. Now he's only made a couple appearances out of the bullpen, so obviously he's got to get used to this role. Find out what he can do to help this team become more successful out of the bullpen, and maybe find something out more about himself, some things he can change to maybe potentially get back out in the starting position.
And speaking of starters, Ivan Nova will be the starter in the ballgame tonight for the Yankees. The Orioles ended his 15-game win streak in his last outing. That, of course, was at Yankee Stadium. And even though there's no question he's a fine young pitcher, but some of the numbers, the hits he's given up, the home runs he's given up, are very high. People get on base against him, and right-handers, left-handers have hit him, both have hit him very hard. You begin to wonder whether he's living on a little edge there that might turn the other way. And I don't mean that negatively. It's just that's what the numbers seem to say.
Well, I agree. He's had some success in the win-loss column, obviously 4-1 record, but his ERA is high. He's getting guys on base. And from what I've heard, he's just throwing balls over the plate. When he gets in trouble, he elevates his fastball a little bit. He gets hit around a little bit. And I'll tell you what, when you pitch behind an offense like the New York Yankees, sometimes you can afford to give up 5 runs a game. But, you're right. He is living on the edge. You got to be very careful there, and especially when he's facing a guy like Hamill who doesn't give up many runs.
All right, a little rain delay. That's why we are waiting for first pitch. We will be back as the Orioles and Yankees are set to go in this short 2-game stand. Hamill goes against Nova. The 2 starters will check the lineups when we come back to Camden Yards, hopefully with the rain having let up. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Jeep. Jeep and the unique brand of freedom you'll find only in the full line of Jeep vehicles. Visit jeep.com to learn more. Obviously, cloudy skies, little drizzle. Take a look at our train game time temperature tonight. 69 degrees, humidity up to 75%. Visit train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. Here's the starting lineup brought to you by Dodge for the Yankees. Jeter, Granderson, A-Rod, Cano, Teixeira, Swisher, Ibanez, Chavez, and Russell. Robinson, Cano this season. There are the numbers on the year. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com. Check out their powerful lineup.
Well, here's the AFC Intelligent Report tonight on Jason Hamill. Health obviously a concern. He missed his last start with his right knee, and if that isn't strong enough, his mechanics could falter tonight. Establishing the fastball in is great life on his fastball, and if he can get it on the inside part of the plate to those, especially the Yankees' left-handed hitters, it's going to make his off-speed stuff much more effective, and that changeup is going to be a key. Could be the pitch needed to have success against those left-handed bats tonight.
Night like tonight with the humidity as high as it is, ball going to carry?
Well, you never know what you're going to get here at Camden Yards. It's been carrying here recently, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Seems like it's been flying out.
There's very little breeze. In fact, none at all right now as we start the ball game, and the mist, at least for the moment, has almost let up. Only the slightest bit of drizzle, and you see the flags right up against the pole. So with a little late start here, this first of two will get underway with Derek Jeter standing in. Jeter comes in with the 3-game hit streak and one of the best starts to a season he's ever had. He's second only to Josh Hamilton, an average of 372. Hamilton's at 402. Pitch to him, he showed bunt, and he will take it for a strike. We are underway. Jeter leads the league in hits. He's got 54, 3 ahead of Josh Hamilton in that department. He's 5 for 16 with a home run lifetime off Jason Hamill. The 0-1 delivery to Jeter, and that'll be scooped, and a 1-ball 1-strike count.
Yeah, Derek Jeter's gotten off to a hot start this year, and he's maintained it. I know they've been using him as a DH recently. Obviously, Derek getting up in age a little bit, but still playing at a tremendously high level.
37 years old. And a chopper back to the mound. Hamill makes the play.
Oh, here's the Orioles defense tonight. Avery gets another start out in left field. Adam Jones in center. Nick Markakis in right field. Wilson Betterman gets a start at third base. J.J. Hardy at short. Robert Andino at second. Davis at first. And Matt Wieters doing the catching.
And with the interchangeable parts that Buck Showalter keeps talking about with a ground ball pitcher, trying to put that best defensive infield you can out there on the field. Here's Curtis Granderson, the center fielder, batting second. He drops a bunt. Had he kept it on the grass, he'd have had a base hit, but he didn't. As Betamete was playing back and over with a big shift on against Curtis Granderson. And once again we see, as we've seen this year, even the best of the power hitters at times with these shifts are dropping down bunts.
Well, here you are early in the ball game. Granderson, even though he's a great power hitter, is the second hitter in this great lineup. And, if he can find a way to get on early on and make a mark for this team, obviously that's what his job is to do.
He is second in home runs in the league with 11. And the breaking ball is going to be in there for a strike. Gary Soderstrom, the home plate umpire tonight, making the call. Granderson is 9th in slugging in the league. 0-2 delivery to him. Swung on and missed. So Hamill gets a couple of quick strikeouts and no evidence that knee's bothering him here at the start of the ballgame.
Well, Rick Dempsey had talked a little bit earlier about the high fastball, and there it is right there. 3 pitches, fastball, curveball, and then boom, high fastball. Get Granderson swinging.
Our Nissan pitch track. Get to a Nissan dealer for great deals on innovation you can count on. Innovation for all. Here's A-Rod. For the 11th time this year, Rodriguez is the designated hitter. Mike talked about the fact Jeter's also done some of that. Joe Girardi really is going to have to manage this year in the sense of pulling his 2 veterans out at short and third at different ball games. That's going to be a base hit the other way. There's an inside out swing that he takes to right field.
It was a pretty good piece of hitting, you know, especially after that first breaking ball right there, and he stays on a fastball, drives it the other way.
So Hamill will go to the stretch with Cano coming up. Robinson Cano batting in the cleanup spot. 3 home runs, 14 RBIs. Cano with 17 strikeouts, 10 walks on the year. He has been hot over the last 7 games, hitting .481, 3 doubles, 2 home runs, and 10 RBIs. He started out slowly in April and for the first week of May, and tried to hold up on that, couldn't, and that'll be a strike.
Yeah, it was another one of those odd things in the game to see Robinson Cano start off to such a slow start, because he's been such a phenomenal offensive force for, you know, the last few years, and just to see him start off slow was very uncharacteristic of him.
Runner at first base, A-Rod 2 down, and the 0-1 delivery. Cano will foul it back. Cano had a 10-game hit streak ended yesterday. He went 0 for 3 in a loss against Seattle. He has had 15 hits in his last 33 at-bats.
So he's officially hot again.
Yes. That 300's 1 point away. He'll be over it shortly. Hamill would just as soon it not happen tonight. Here's the 0-2 pitch to him. And it'll be down the line and out of play, and the count will stay at 2 strikes. No question for Jason Hamill, as with most starters. He gets that first strike on you, and he's in charge. That's when he can really go to work. And he has done that successfully this year. Hamill, the combined average against him is .196. It is the 5th lowest average in the American League among pitchers. And his ERA at 2.09 is the 3rd best. 0-2 the count. And Wieters will block that and hang on. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Cano.
Well, he's in the driver's seat right now, being ahead, and with all the weapons that he has. Obviously, you just saw that down and in breaking ball right there, but he's been working hard on his changeup as well to be effective on lefties, and that rising fastball, same kind of pitch you got Granderson out on, is another great weapon to use.
Cano 5 for 17 against him with a home run. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and Cano, one that just dropped off the table, is gone. 2 strikeouts, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. The Orioles lineup with Avery at the top coming up. For the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Avery, Hardy, and Markakis, Jones, Wieters, and Benamy, Davis, Johnson, and Andino. Robert Andino playing some really good baseball against both right and left-handers.
Well, here's the AFC Intelligent report on Ivan Nova. He's a road warrior since June 20th of last year. He's 8-0. He's got a live fastball, his great life, with sinking and tailing action on it in the mid-90s. He spins to finish, likes to throw that hard slider and curveball to strike out the opposing batters. And remember to visit AFCIA.org, the Association for IT Pros.
So the Orioles will try and make it 2 in a row against Nova. 4-1. You see the ERA at 5.02, but the Yankees have averaged 6.7 runs in the games that he has started. One of the reasons, even though that ERA is so high, he's been able to pick up the wins. Lefties, righties, both have hit him hard. Avery shows bunt. He already had Chavez charging at third base. Avery making his major league debut in the ball game yesterday. Called up the night before in the leadoff spot for the Orioles, and back there again looking for his first major league hit. And Avery will take the pitch for a strike, and it goes to 0-2.
Well, it doesn't take too long for major league scouting and teams to find out about players. We've already Chavez is 10 feet in on the grass, and Teixeira was crashing when Avery showed bunt.
Avery will take that one inside.
So they're obviously well aware of his speed.
Game 2.
Yeah, game 2.
Avery, just 22 years old, had an 0 for 4 in the ball game after coming up from Norfolk, where he was hitting .273, 5 home runs and 16 RBIs in 33 games. Avery lifts that one in the air to right center field. That is way back. Oh, it's going to hit right out the base of the wall. He goes into second base with a double, and there's hit number 1. Derek Jeter says, "You want a ball?"
Great moment right there for Xavier Avery. Obviously very excited to be in the big leagues to get his first major league hit, and then Derek Jeter having a little fun with him out at second base.
So Avery is on with a double, trying hard not to smile as the baseball's taken in. And talking to Jeter. Be careful, though. Jeter will get you talking and come right in behind you and take a pick off.
Right, exactly.
Tag you out.
Don't trust those veteran players one bit.
There's a bunt to first. Not a good one. Hardy just punching that one up in the air.
Well, Avery, first major league hit, gets an elevated fastball and jumps all over it. Stays on top and drives it to right center.
Pretty good power.
Yeah, very good power right there. He's a strong kid. He was a football player. He almost went and played college football for Georgia, I believe. So plenty strong enough, and has great speed.
So Avery on. Hardy trying to move him around. Backing up at third is Chavez now. Here's Nova's delivery, and Hardy on a big cut on that slider down, and a 2-strike count. Hardy's 4 for 18 lifetime off Nova. JJ's pumping that average up here this month after that tough start in April. Cano will hold the runner close at second base. Nova the long look and the 0-2. Hardy will take it outside. Hardy in May hitting .327, 5 home runs this month. Orioles trying to jump out here and get to Nova early in the ball game. Have no idea what this weather's going to look like tonight, so a team getting a lead, it could really matter later this evening. 1 ball, 2-strike count. Nova really taking the long look, and a Hardy on that slider just got it off the end of the bat.
Well, there's obviously a big concern about speed. I think it's just such an incredible weapon, and obviously the Yankees know a lot about Avery already, and even though it's earlier in the game, Cano is right on the base, doesn't want him to get extra steps, and Nova taking his time out there on the mound, making sure he doesn't get a rhythm out there at second base. So well aware of that, trying to make their adjustments.
Last year for Avery in the Eastern League with Bowie, he had a running finish to it. He picked up some doubles, drew a lot of walks, created opportunities for the team getting on base, and a little concern here about what they're going to throw, I guess. And Jeter's a little concerned. He's coming in.
Well, they may not. They may be crossed up early and switching up signs. Maybe giving Xavier a little too much credit out there, like thinking that he might be relaying signs to Hardy, but this is only his second game in the big leagues. I don't think that's the last thing on his mind. He's probably relaying signs.
Number 1 is don't get picked off.
You're right. Yeah.
And a 1 ball, 2-strike count on Hardy, so they get that straightened out. He certainly has got Nova's attention. And Hardy goes to the middle. That's going to be a base hit, and that will easily score Avery. Hardy the RBI. The Orioles the 1-0 lead.
Nice bit of hitting right there by J.J. Hardy, staying on that pitch, down and away, and just driving it up the middle. Not trying to do too much with it. Perfect job. Avery making tight turns around the bag and scores easily.
So the Orioles' first two get on against Nova, and the Orioles get the lead as Hardy picks up RBI number 13. He's on at first base, and here's Nick Markakis. Markakis with a 6 for 17 and a home run lifetime off Ivan Nova. They play him straight away, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. For Nick Markakis, career against Nova, very impressive numbers, and has driven the ball against him. Markakis with the 6 homers on the year.
And Nick's been swinging it lately as well, so should be a good opportunity for him right here.
And the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. Keep in mind, the Orioles are the team that ended the 15-game winning streak that Nova had, as they picked up 5 runs, 9 hits, and 6 1/3 innings against him. He has pitched since then against Tampa Bay, where he got a win, giving up only 2 runs on 6 hits over 7 innings. 1-1 delivery coming to Markakis, and a slow roller. Nova has got to get to first, and does. Runner will advance.
There's the Yankees defense tonight. Raul Ibanez in left field, Curtis Granderson in center, Nick Swisher out in right after he recovered from that hamstring pull. Chavez back at third base after that little concussion syndrome. Derek Jeter at short, Cano at second base, Teixeira at first, Martin doing the catching tonight.
So here's another opportunity for the Orioles. They get a runner to second base with only 1 away. A productive at bat. They get that runner into scoring position. Adam Jones comes in, putting his average up to .291. Nova the look to second base. Jones will take the pitch outside for a ball. Adam is hitting just .216 in the month of May. Does have 4 home runs, as the Orioles have continued to pound out the homers this month. Hardy, with, we told you, with 5. Jones and Markakis. Jones with 4, Markakis with 4. 1-0 delivery. That one is ripped in the air to left center field, way back, right off the base of the wall on the fly. Jones goes into second base, a double and an RBI, and a 2-0 Orioles lead.
Ball was hammered right there. This pitch up in the zone again, and Adam Jones jumps all over it. Man, oh man, that was a bullet. Just missed going out, about a foot away from ending up in the Orioles bullpen.
RBI number 22 for Adam Jones. The Orioles 2 runs, 3 hits already off Nova. Here's Matt Wieters. Wieters against the Yankees, the best of the best, at least for the moment. Matt has upped his average to .274. 8 home runs in the year now for him, and this is the side of plate, of course, where he's done damage. 8 home runs, 19 RBIs, batting left-handed. And he'll foul that one away, and it'll be 0-2. I mean, these are unbelievable numbers. 7 for 14 against Nova. 3 home runs. Yikes.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how just some hitters, doesn't matter how nasty a guy can be, and obviously Nova's had a great start to his career with quite a winning percentage, but some guys just see him well, and Matt Wieters is one of those guys.
Wieters will take the pitch on the inside corner. It is a called strike, and Nova gets Wieters looking back and disagreeing with Gary Cederstrom after the call.
Yeah, a little cutter, slider, kind of hard changeup, I guess. It stayed in. It didn't break to the inside of the part of the plate as much. It stayed on the plate. And Nova gets the call there.
Now with the runner at second base, here's Betemit. 2 for 5. Lifetime off Nova. Orioles trying to get Jones in from second. They've got a 2-0 lead. Way inside to Betemit. Ends up way over on the other side of the plate. Betemit this year, 300 with runners in scoring position. The Orioles as a team, 252. They are ranked 10th in the American League. Jones getting a good lead off second. Here's the 1-0 delivery, and the off-speed pitch this time is in for a strike. Nova coming in, giving up the 4th most hits of any pitcher in the American League, and in the top 10 in home runs surrendered with 8, ranked 5th in that department. 1-1. That one sliced in the air to left field. Ibanez is back there, and he's got it. But the Orioles come away with a couple of runs on 3 hits, leaving 1 on, and after 1, the O's lead it. For the Luna double to get your second room of flooring free. 877-241 Luna. Hey, that's us. Where's the camera? Right there. There you go, LA. Jason Hamill, a couple of runs to work with as he'll face Teixeira, Swisher, and Ibanez in the second inning. And the pitch will be taken for a strike by Teixeira. 5 out of 5 first pitch strikes thrown so far by Jason Hamill. Teixeira, 3-game hit streak, puts that one in the air to left center field. Avery, and he's got it. One away. The Maryland Lottery strike-it-rich contestant for the game, Josh Burnside from Laurel. Josh, you've already won $500 for being selected. For every strikeout the Orioles pitch in this game, you get $100 more from the Maryland Lottery. See how you can turn non-winning strike-it-rich scratch-offs into cash and enter to win great Oriole prizes at mdlottery.com/strike-it-rich. Josh Burnside, general in the Civil War. No, close though, but not quite. It was Burnside, but it wasn't Josh. Here's Nick Swisher. Swisher getting back into the routine after missing games. And the pitch is a strike on the inside corner to him. He looks somewhat askew on that one. He leads the Yankees 24 RBIs, 28 games. 9 2-out RBIs for him this year. Swing and a miss, Hamill. That one dropped off again, 0-2.
Couple really good breaking balls right there, back to back.
They're backing out on him intentionally. Hamill really works quickly, and Swisher's trying to slow him down a little bit. 0-2 count. Hamill just stares in, ready to go. Swisher's 1 for 3 off Hamill, and he'll come inside a little bit.
A couple meanings to that pitch. Obviously, if you want to take your time, you better button up your shirt. And obviously, that could set up a pitch down and away, which is probably more the case.
Swisher hitting .291 this side, .233 the other. And again came inside and just missed with that one. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Swisher with 23 strikeouts and 9 walks so far on the season. The Yankees come in 19-15, 2.5 games behind the Orioles, who are 22-13 and in first place by a game over Tampa Bay. Swung on and missed. 3 strikeouts for Hamill.
That was a great job by Hamill. Dropping another tight breaking ball right there. Swisher had swung and missed at that pitch earlier in the bat, and he went right back to it at the end to finish him off.
Raul Ibanez. Ibanez getting some starts in the outfield along with his DH work, and hitting at .273 of late. He's been as hot as any Yankee at the plate. He's driven in 21 runs on 24 hits. Hitting .243 on the road, .313 at home. On base percentage at home, slugging percentage at home much higher. And Ibanez on a check swing, that's a strike on the outside corner. And I mean, Hamill's throwing nothing but strikes here.
He is. He's got the zone with all his pitches, it seems, right now. Starting guys off with breaking balls or fastballs, it doesn't seem to matter.
Pitch is going to miss down low. He's trying to get him to bite at one, and he refused to do it. And the count at a ball and 2 strikes. The Yankees, of course, noted for the number of pitches they take, the number of walks they get. So throw strikes. 18 strikes and only 5 balls thrown so far by Hamill. Add another strike and add another out. Avery, he's got it. A 1-2-3 inning for in a row set down by Hamill. The Orioles on top, 2-0. Top can for a smoother pour. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick. Ball game started a few minutes late here because of the rain that had been coming down, but it is not now. And the Orioles have the 2-0 lead in the ball game against Ivan Nova, the 25-year-old right-hander who comes in 4-1 on the year. 84% fastballs thrown early on. 16-4 last year. Signed by the Yankees as an undrafted free agent back in 2004. And last year in his rookie season at the major league level just ripened into a truly outstanding starter.
Yeah, he sure did. He had a great year last year and potentially could have won the Rookie of the Year award, but got sent down because Hughes came back into the rotation.
Yep. 0-1 count on Chris Davis. Davis a 4 for 9 number against Nova. 0-1 delivery on the way. We were talking with Kenny Singleton, former Oriole Yankee broadcaster, about Nova, and I had not realized Nova at one point was a Rule 5 draft pick by the San Diego Padres. Fouled off. Back in 2008, the Padres picked him up off the Rule 5 waiver wire, and they returned him to the Yankees the next year. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And somebody's kicking themselves for letting him go, because he's obviously had an incredible record in the major leagues here in the early going of his career.
Davis went around on that one. He will be a strikeout victim. 2 strikeouts for Nova in the ball game.
Now here's that tight breaking ball. Boy, he really throws that hard. When you have a 90-plus fastball and then throw that breaking ball as hard as that with such tight rotation, it's pretty tough to lay off it. And that's what makes him so effective, obviously. Late when he's ahead in the count, you're going to see a lot of those pitches for strikeout pitches.
Nick Johnson, he takes the pitch low. Nick is the designated hitter for the Orioles in the ball game tonight. Umbrellas go back up. Just a little drizzle coming down again. Here's the 1-0 delivery by Nova, and that'll be down low. Nick Johnson, he's found the bat here in the month of May. Second home run of the season came in the ball game last night as Johnson had the homer in the 8th inning. The Orioles losing, of course, 9-8 in a tremendous comeback game for them. Both these teams are coming off losses. The Yankees won 2-1 against Seattle in their last series. They lost the ball game yesterday 6-2. Andy Pettitte, of course, back making the start, took the loss. 7 hits, 6 1/3 innings, 4 earned runs against Pettitte. Johnson with a 3-ball 1-strike count.
I think the Yankees were pretty pleased, obviously, that even though Pettitte got the loss, from what I understand, he threw the ball pretty well. And obviously they see that there's going to be effectiveness there on the road. I think they were all pretty happy with the way he threw it. Made a couple mistakes and paid for it.
Not a bad comeback performance at all. Here's the 3-2 delivery down to first, and that will be a foul ball.
Right, it's not like he's a 27-year-old making a comeback or something after a bum knee. I mean, this is a long-time veteran making a comeback to try to help his Yankees.
He hadn't made a start since 2010, prior to last night. 3-ball 2-strike count. Nick Johnson, off-speed pitch up high, and there's the walk. So the Orioles with one away will get Johnson on base. Nova has walked 12 now in the 39 innings that he's pitched. Orioles Yankees wrap up this 2-game series tomorrow night. Ollie's Bargain Night, presented by Ollie's Bargain Outlet. All upper reserve seats for this early East showdown are only $9 in advance, $10 game day. So it's an affordable night out. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com. Robert Andino, 3 for 13, lifetime off Nova, batting in the 9 spot again. He's been up and down, either 1 or 9. And he'll take the pitch high and inside. Martin up to get it. By the way, I was looking on Nova, and that when he was taken by San Diego that year in 2008, he ended up pitching at Tampa. So he was down there in rookie A ball. He went 8-13 with a 4.36 ERA. I mean, the numbers weren't too bad. The record wasn't that good, but that's what he did that year. And then San Diego returned him to the Yankees. 1-0 count on Andino. And he'll foul that one back. Nova evens it up at 1-1. Andino's been picking up the hits. You see the numbers versus Nova. Hitting .274 at home, .293 on the road. 3 home runs, 1 here at Camden Yards this year. 1-ball, 1-strike delivery. And fouled again.
Robert, along with a lot of the Orioles this year, have a quiet confidence about themselves. I think obviously the success that they've had has kind of built that, but the chemistry, I think, built through spring training, and Robert obviously being out there and knowing he's going to be the second baseman for a long time has made him comfortable, and he's really playing well here in the early going. He finished up He had a great year last year and finished up strong. Obviously, the curse of the Andino legend lives and will forever haunt the Red Sox, but he's definitely settled in and established himself as an everyday player.
Two ball, two strike count on Andino. On at first base, Johnson. Watch Martin set up here. Moves back inside. He was 2 feet outside the strike zone with a target the pitch before. That one he came right back in on the inside corner, and the count's 3-2. Nova has struck out a couple in the game. He's tied for 8th in strikeouts per 9 innings in the American League. He's got 38 now. He's averaging a strikeout an inning. 3-2 count. Runner going, and a ground ball towards second base. Tagged out on a double play. Cano put the tag on Johnson as he went by. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. The Orioles have the early lead. LTE with speeds up to 10 times faster than 3G. AT&T rethink possible by your Baltimore BMW centers and by Blimping, America's sub shop. Orioles on top 2-0 with the RBIs by Hardy and Jones in the first inning. The first two Orioles to the plate scored, Avery and Hardy. Hamill, only 24 pitches thrown. He will face Chavez. Chavez takes it down the line, and Hamill has thrown 8 out of 8 first pitch strikes in this ball game. He came into this season. He had 53% first pitch strikes for this year. 53%. He's at 100 so far in this game. And the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Chavez a 1 for 2 with a home run, lifetime off Hamill.
Yeah, Chavez hit that 2-run home run up there at Yankee Stadium to beat Hamill in that tight ball game.
Had to reach for that one. Andino's got it. One away. Purchase an Orioles Legends Celebration Series package. Lock in your ticket to each of the 5 remaining games in the series. Each game, fans will receive the replica sculpture of that day's honoree. You can order your ticket package now, and you'll receive the replica Frank Robinson sculpture in case you missed it in April. To reserve your seat to history, 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com/legend. Folks out getting the pictures taken right now. And the pitch inside to Martin. Yankee catcher hitting at only 182 on the year. Outfield straight away on him. Hamill will get the outside corner with it. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Hamill has retired Martin all 6 times that he has come to the plate against him. That one in the air, left center field. Avery is over there and make it 7 out of 7.
Pretty good pitch running in fastball right there by Hamill.
This is the great part of having Hamill pitch against the Yankees. The Yankees know they can't afford to stand there and take many pitches, or they're going to be hitting in an 0-2, 1-2 count.
Well, you're exactly right, and he's really being aggressive tonight with the strike zone, really attacking it early. And like you had talked about earlier, the Yankees hitters are just known for taking pitches and working the starting pitching and trying to get into your bullpen, and until a pitcher makes a mistake. And boy, you just can't do that when, like Hamill's doing tonight, just pounding the strike zone.
Jeter grounded out his first time up. That'll be taken down low for a ball. 3-game hit streak coming in. His 2,461st game. And all of them played as a Yankee. 1-0 delivery to Jeter and a check swing. That is going to miss away, and the count will go to 2-0. For Jeter right now, you see the 3,142 career hits. He's tied for 16th with Robin Yount, 10 hits shy of the 15th place former Pittsburgh Pirate great Paul Waner, 3,152. And his 54 hits lead the majors coming into today's play. 2-0 delivery, and Jeter could not hold up on that one. And a 2-ball 1-strike count. Hamill's getting a lot of these Yankees to turn around and on these pitches and ask Cederstrom, was that a strike? They're not sure if they're swinging at strikes or balls.
Well, that fastball right there had a lot of life to it. It ran down and in on Jeter.
And there's a base hit. So with 2 away, Yankees get their second hit. Jeter gets a 4-game hit streak, and he's on at first base with 2 down.
Well, that's why Derek Jeter has been such a great hitter. He obviously swung at that, went around on that earlier fastball that had that sinking action down and in, and Hamill tried to come right back with that same pitch, and he kept his hands inside that and just drove it up the middle, and that's why he is a Hall of Fame player right there. Just great hands staying inside the ball.
Here is Curtis Granderson, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Granderson, another play going to be made at first base. That was Hardy with the shift on, the shortstop making the play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. The Orioles with Hamill pitching well on top. Jones out there and Curtis Granderson presenting Rob Belanger, the son of Mark Belanger, the former Oriole, and to Sharon Perfetti, the check to support the Kenny Singleton Celebrity Golf Classic, which benefits the Cool Kids campaign, which is based in Towson. Rob Belanger was the chairman, co-founder of that, so his son out there helping out with the ceremonies. It is a Cool Kids campaign founded, and Kenny working with it, founded by Sharon Perfetti, who was out there tonight after the death of her daughter's friend by a drunk driver, and they want to know what they could do for the families and the kids who coped with such situations. That's where that money goes. Good job, Kenny.
Yeah, what a wonderful foundation that is. And of course, Kenny and Rob Belanger and Chris DeFrederico put on a golf tournament to help raise more funds for the foundation, and it is a great event. They get some great players out there and stars from the area, and just have a wonderful time, and they're just super people. I think you all know Kenny Singleton and what kind of person he is, and he means so much to this Baltimore community, and they do some wonderful things for that charity, that foundation.
Nice presentation tonight. Ivan Nova against Xavier Avery. Avery started the ball game out with a double. Nova gets a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Avery. And the pitch to him grounded towards first. Teixeira with the big reach has to hustle it over. Avery is retired, 1 away. This day in baseball brought to you by Ocean City, Maryland. Go to OCOcean.com. Click on Summer of Thanks for special deals and discounts. Today, May 14, 1967. Mickey Mantle had made a promise to his wife, Marilyn. He was going to hit a home run on Mother's Day. He did. It was his 500th career home run. And in 1920 on this date, Walter Johnson would record his 300th win. That, of course, is the big train. Walter Johnson, and he'd go on to have a few more. J.J. Hardy, he'll take the pitch up high for a ball. Walter Johnson went on with a lot of losing teams for a 21-year career in which he picked up 417 victories, 20 wins or more, 10 consecutive seasons for the big train Walter Johnson. Hardy, the single his first time up in an RBI. Here's the 2-0 delivery from Nova, and pops that one up third base side. Chavez in the coach's box, almost puts it away. So Nova settling down after that first inning where he gave up 2 runs on 3 hits.
Well, he's made some adjustments. I think he must have talked to his pitching coach in between innings, or Martin the catcher, because he threw a lot of pitches, or has thrown a lot of pitches, you know, in this ball game. It fell behind. If it wasn't for that double play ball at the end of the second inning, you know, he was working on another base on balls.
Gary faces Markakis, 2 down, nobody on, and that pitch is in there for a strike.
And pitchers like Nova and Hamill, sometimes if they just throw it over the plate, they have such great life on their fastball. And Nova's, I mean, his track record here is that they put the ball in play on him.
Up the middle. Oh my. Oh my. Markakis is safe. The question, though, is Nova. We could hear that thump all the way up here in the broadcast booth, and that didn't sound good.
And here it is.
Lou Donahue, the head trainer, out there with Girardi, and Nova's trying to say, and hopefully he is all right. You see him limping after he tried to go get a great effort by Martin.
Yeah, it sure was. Well, it might not hurt as bad right now, but if he goes in that dugout and sits down for a few minutes, it's definitely going to get sore on him.
Says he's all right. So he will stay out. Steve Donahue, the trainer, finishing up with him. Markakis will pick up the base hit. He's on at first. And that will bring Adam Jones to the plate with an RBI double, his first time up. The Orioles with their 4th hit of the ball game. Boy, that had a sickening thud to it.
Boy, it sure did. It made a loud noise up here. You couldn't really tell or hear the noise as much on the replay, but it did make a loud noise from.
Throw over to get Markakis back to the bag. Martin's thrown out 7 of 23. The Orioles, of course, have not been running. Baltimore 50% stolen base wise, 10 out of 20. And Nick Markakis, he's not been looking to steal bases. 2 away here. Jones at the plate. And inside out foul ball the other way. Down by the tarp. Markakis is 1 for 1 in stealing bases. But certainly has not reverted to the running he used to do a few years ago.
Yeah, and Nova, I mean, he's not particularly fast to the plate. Doesn't really have a slide step. He's around a 1-2, 1-4, which, base stealers would definitely try to steal off him.
0-1 delivered to Jones, and the pitch will be taken up high. Nova's had 1 stolen base against him in 2 chances. Kind of surprising because there have been a number of people on base, as we told you, with the hits he gives up. 1-1, 2 down. Adam Jones looking to get Markakis around, and there's that slider down and away. That's his pitch, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that is definitely his pitch, and the thing about it is he throws 1 for a strike, and that was probably more of that pitch, and then he has a really hard one that he likes to bounce in the dirt, which we may potentially see right here.
Adam Jones, the 5-game hit streak, 7 hits in his last 21 at bats. He extended it tonight to a 6-game hit streak. Throw over. Markakis is back to the bag. It's one of the things with Nova. He's had a lead in so many games that the opposing teams won't be running because they're behind. They're trying to play catch up. And you don't get as many attempts at stealing when you're trying to catch up in a ball game.
You're right. You don't want to run yourself out of a potential big inning.
1 ball, 2 strike count, 2 down. Martin sets up outside. Jones will chop that one foul. Pitch came in a little bit, and the count will stay at 1-2. Nova's got an amazing number in 33 career starts, and he's had 33 career starts in which he's pitched with a lead. He's gone 21-1 in those ball games. So you get a lead for him, and he just relaxes and gets it done.
Well, when you have he has a really good defense behind him. He's not scared to attack the strike zone, be aggressive with throwing strikes.
There have been no errors committed by the Yankees when Nova's pitching this year. Haven't been many anyway. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Jones, another slow roller, fighting it off, and it stays at 1-2 strikes. See the win percentage for Nova, and Mike was talking about this earlier on the road. Only Nova's 8 with the 8-0 mark, then Verlander, Holland, and Chris Carpenter since June 20 of last year. Pretty impressive road numbers. 1 ball, 2 strike count. He is 2-0 here at Camden Yards. 3 starts. ERA of 3.72 in this ballpark. 1-2 delivery. Another one that's going to go to short. Force play at second base. Jeter will get it over to Cano. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. 3 complete. First of 2 against the Yankees. jump in the ball game as Hardy, after an Avery double, drove him home with a single. And then after Hardy got down to second base, Jones hit a double and brought Hardy in. And the Orioles with a 2-0 lead. Nova a walk and 2 strikeouts. Jason Hammel, no walks and 3 strikeouts. Hammel's only loss came against the Yankees in New York, in which he gave up a couple of runs and 5 hits over 6 innings, pitched really well. Bear in mind, Hammel has not surrendered more than 2 runs in any of the 6 starts that he has made this year. Here's A-Rod, a 1-0 count on Rodriguez. He had a single, the designated hitter. Now 7 for 18 with 4 home runs, lifetime off Hammel. And the pitch is there for a strike, 1-1.
I know the last time Alex Rodriguez was here and we played him deep, he laid down a bunt.
How amazing was that?
That was pretty amazing. And well, now he's got 2 strikes on him. He won't do it, but you know, he's a pretty heady player, and Hammel's obviously pitching really well. You would think maybe earlier in the count, if he still has that kind of mindset where he can bunt. I mean, Betterman was playing back, but too late. It's an afterthought now.
1-2 unless you're Carlos Pena. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that's another base hit. That's exactly where the first one went. He punches it into right field, a leadoff single here in the 4th inning. Start your Memorial Day weekend off with a bang with the season's worst fireworks night on Friday, May 25. Stick around after the O's-Royals game, 7:05, for a dazzling fireworks display lighting up downtown. It'll be the beginning of the Birdland summer tradition. Get your tickets in advance and save 888-848-BIRD. Go to Orioles.com. Fireworks, it must be summer just around the corner. Here's Robinson Cano. A-Rod on with a 2-for-2 ball game. Yankees have 3 hits. And that pitch is taken for a strike by Cano. He struck out his first time up. Orioles play him up the middle. Hammel's got Hardy almost right behind him, the shortstop. You see moved over to the bag and way over Andino.
Yeah, Robert's really filling up that hole between first and second.
1 strike count. And the pitch will be taken away for a ball.
Kind of a mini shift in a double play situation. Instead of pulling Hardy all the way over on the second base side of the bag.
Joe, I was talking about that today, Mike. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And a lot of work done spring training and continuing with these shifts being used. Foul back about coverage of bases when you've got the shortstop playing on the other side of second base. If there's a double play ground ball, who's doing what? And he also talked about lining up, getting the angles for outfield throws to the cutoff man. Who is the cutoff man? Where's the cutoff man go? Because you got people in a sense out of position.
Right. Well, it's something that's addressed in spring training, and it's become more prevalent. I mean, the Orioles are second in the league behind Tampa as far as the shifts that they put on defensively. So it's something that's addressed. It's a little out of, not quite as natural, obviously, as a typical defensive alignment. But, these guys are heady infielders and outfielders. They know where to throw the balls. They know where to line up. And J.J. Hardy's a great leader in the middle of the infield. So he pretty much takes charge when those situations arise. And he will tell Robert, what to do, and he'll tell the third baseman, what to do if it's a double play situation or even a cutoff situation. He'll be pointing. So great field general out there, J.J. Hardy.
Yep, you really do need that in this day and age of the shift. 2-ball, 2-strike count on Cano. A-Rod on at first base. And the 2-2 pitch down to first is going to be foul. Count will stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Hammel against the Yankees, this is his 13th career appearance, 7 as a starter, 1 win, 3 losses, 6.7 earned run average overall. But that really had a lot to do with the old Jason Hammel and not the one we have seen this year. Here in his home ballpark, 5 starts. We're at Camden Yards, 2-2, 3.38 ERA. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Cano in one of his usual battles at the plate and slices that one the other way. Stay at 2-2. For Oriole alerts you can't miss, including starting lineups and in-game updates, text Orioles 29292. This is where the pitch count gets run up a little bit. These kind of at-bats, which Cano is famous for. Fouling off pitches and working the count. Here's the 2-2 again. Yeah, almost took A-Rod out. Rodriguez went down on the ground. Markakis will get it back in. A-Rod will stop at second base. Cano with a sharp single to right. And kind of laughing, I think. A-Rod's not.
Yeah, that was close. A-Rod wouldn't be laughing if it hit him.
No.
Jeez. Oh, he buckled. Man.
And that ball was stung. Oh, I still love you. He throws him a kiss. So here's Mark Teixeira. Nobody out. Yankees with a chance, first and second. And the pitch will be taken away. Teixeira flied out.
And the Orioles play the full-on shift here, even a double play situation with Hardy on the second base side of second base. So loading it up over there. So this is.
And here it is right here. Davis dropped it. Hamill gets there and just gets the out. The runners will move up, but a chance at a double play is lost. As A-Rod will move over to third base and Cano will go down to second.
Well, that was a good opportunity for a double play. Davis takes a little drop step. Just isn't able to field the ball cleanly. Good job of staying with it, though, and getting that out at first base.
So now Swisher comes up. The potential tying runs are both in scoring position. Swisher, strikeout victim, his first time to the plate, hitting just .216 with runners in scoring position. There's only one down. Orioles will keep the infield back. Not going to give him a greater advantage with the infield in here, especially with no force out anywhere. And that'll be foul back. Strike one on Swisher. Yankees as a team, 254 with runners in scoring position. They are sixth in the league. That's only a couple of points higher, though, than what the Orioles have. So the teams are pretty much bunched together in the American League with runners in scoring position numbers.
All right, nobody's really pulling away with it.
0-1 the count. Swisher in a big cut and a miss. 0-2.
Oh, tight breaking ball right there. Well, that just, it hangs up in the strike zone and it shows itself and then it just disappears. Great pitch.
Now going out to make sure. Wieters talking to Hamill.
Yeah, the knee doesn't seem to be an issue, because when you're throwing pitches like that, to have that such tight rotation, and obviously he's been very effective tonight with throwing strikes. So seems he's battled through the knee to this point.
That's great news for the Orioles and for Hamill. 0 for 1 so far in the ball game for the Yankees. We got two out there. 2 strike count. Hamill looking for the K. And we'll miss away with it. 1-2. Big moment. 4th inning. Rodriguez reached on the single. Cano, another base hit right behind him. You got good speed out there at second base. Swisher 1-2. And he puts it in the air. Right center field. Markakis going over, won't get it. This ball game is going to be tied up. Swisher on his way to second base. And the Yankees leader in RBIs gets 2 more and ties the game.
Well, that pitch definitely didn't end up where Hamill wanted it to. Stayed up over the plate. Swisher put a really good swing on it. And unfortunately, you make a mistake, a great offense like the Yankees, and they're going to many times take advantage of that. And had a double play opportunity, and Davis wasn't able to hang on to it over there, and Nick Swisher made him pay.
26 RBIs on the season for Swisher. Getting those left-handed. All but 2 of the 26 have been hit from the left side of the plate. Now the potential go-ahead run is on at second base for Raul Ibanez. Ibanez flied out to left field his first time out. Ibanez 333 with runners in scoring position, having a surprisingly outstanding offensive start to the year. 1-0 pitch to him, and that's going to be taken away for a ball.
Well, there was some concern about him in spring training. His numbers really weren't, he wasn't playing that well all through spring, and then finished strong the last week of spring training, so they kept him on, and he's obviously been able to carry that over through the beginning of the season. But he's had a great career. He's a great hitter, true professional hitter.
2-0 delivery to him. Ibanez has driven in 21 runs on 24 hits. That's pretty efficient.
Very efficient. Yeah.
Swisher on at second base, 3 hits in the inning for the Yankees of the 5 they picked up in the game. 2-1 delivery. Ibanez goes after one away. Hamill let him fooled on that one, and it's 2-2. These two teams, as we said, very evenly matched when you check the numbers out on the season in almost every category. And the games have played out that way of late. 2-2 missed up high. 8 of the last 11 games against the Yankees have been decided by 2 or fewer runs.
Yeah, that first series they played them here at home, after the Orioles got off to such a great start against the Twins, and then to be swept by the Yankees, you start saying, well, you played them tough, Well, the Orioles went on to play some great baseball.
That'll be played by Davis to the bag. It'll move Swisher over, but there are 2 down.
And obviously took that into the series up at Yankee Stadium and took 2 out of 3 against the Yankees up there. So, I think there's always you're always a little worried and apprehensive, wondering, well, is there this mystique that you can't overcome the Yankees? Well, they've played them really tough, and then they took them up at Yankee Stadium and won the series. So they're feeling pretty good.
A couple of wins in this short 2-game set would even up the season series. Runner at third base, 2 down. Here's Chavez. Grounded out his first time up. Hamill trying to keep that potential go-ahead run on base. 24 pitches have been thrown in the inning for Hamill. He had been very efficient. 59 pitches in the game, efficient through the first 3. A-Rod a single, Cano a single. Swisher the 2 RBI double. Here's the 0-1 delivered. Breaking ball. That's in there for a strike. Chavez trying to get Swisher in from third base. He had a 2 for 4 with a double in the game against Seattle yesterday, and lets the pitch go by. Chavez got reinstated. He had a concussion, DL, 7 days. Came back last Friday. He missed a total of 7 games. Preventive medicine DL, if you will, and that 7-day concussion. 1-2 grounded to third right off the end of the bat. Betemeet looks over to first and gets the out. But the Yankees get a couple of runs. They do it on 3 hits. They leave a base runner on, and this ballgame is tied at 2. 61, 65% fastballs for Nova, who can pick up strikeouts. These are the pitches he has used to strike out opposing hitters so far.
Yeah, a lot of breaking balls right there. He throws his primarily that curveball to get lefties to chase, but has that hard slider down and away we've seen a few times tonight that righties tend to chase on him. And he throws that pitch hard. And I talking to Ken Singleton earlier today about Nova. He said that breaking ball's gotten better the last couple starts, a little bit tighter, almost a double break to it.
It has a tilt and then a drop.
Yeah,
that's
right.
got to be fun to look at if you're at the plate.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Not.
Much like Hamill, actually, his breaking ball's been very sharp tonight. Point where it comes up in the strike zone and looks like it's going to be there for a second and then just disappears.
Here's Matt Wieters, strikeout victim his first time up, one of two for Nova so far. Wieters has posted amazing numbers against the Yankees so far this year. A long way to go in it, but he is 12 for 24. He's batting .500 against the Yankees so far, and this the 7th game these teams have played. That puts him right at the top of the pile with Al Bumbry, Boog Powell, Dan Ford, and Bob Neiman, who have had 25 or more plate appearances against the Yankees in a single season. And the count goes to 3-0. So this ball game tied at 2-2. RBIs by Hardy and Jones in the first inning for the Orioles, and Swisher with the 2 RBIs last inning for the Yankees. That is in there for a strike.
When it gets tough, it's obviously going to be tough for Matt to sustain those numbers over the course of the year against the Yankees. They play him 18 times.
Righty while you can, right?
Right.
And he's got a walk. So the second walk of the ball game, and it is a leadoff walk here in the 4th inning. Take a look at our Hollywood Casino League leaderboard. Home runs. The American League team leaders, the Orioles are 1 and the Yankees are 2. So you got the big powerhouses long ball wise. Texas tied with the Yankees, Toronto Blue Jays, and Tampa Bay Rays. Slots, tables, and dining, the ultimate triple play at Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. Runner at first base. That's going to be into left field. Betemit. Wieters will stop at second as it's played in by Ibanez, and the Orioles have the first 2 on here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Nice
sweet swing, huh?
Sure was. Nice bit of hitting by Betemit right there. Taking that fastball away the other way. Now, the one thing about the Orioles, their power numbers obviously has been incredible, but there's been such a consistency throughout the lineup. I mean, they have 7 guys with 5 or more home runs. You know, Adam Jones has 10, but so there's great consistency there. And Nick Markakis was talking about this after yesterday's game, that so many guys have contributed to their success, and that's why you can't count them out, and that's why you saw the game they played yesterday and why they have been having such success.
There is Chris Davis. Davis with 2 on and nobody out. Strikeout victim his first time up. Nova slows it down with runners on base. He takes long looks, and that pitch will miss up high for a ball. There you see, with runner in scoring position this season, in April 234, they were 11th. In May 284, 4th for the month of May, which puts them at 10th overall. And as we said, only a couple of points separate them from the teams that are up in the top 5. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Davis with a big count and a miss.
And Chris was looking to make some amends right there on that swing. That error last inning.
We're really seeing Nova pitch the kind of games we were talking about. People on base, in scoring position, and somehow finds a way to get outs. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery. Davis goes to the middle. Jeter is there. He'll go to the bag. 1 and 2. Wieters to third, 2 down. And time for our AT&T Mobility Trivia Fact. Those designated hitters have homered twice in their last 7 at-bats after having homered only once in their first 120. The O's DHs, of course, have been swung around. There have been 7 different players, including Nick Johnson, who's the DH in this ball game. He drew a walk his first time up. Runner at third base, 2 down. And Johnson, after the go-ahead RBI, will take it for a strike. Nick this year against the Yankees has picked up 4 hits in 12 at-bats and 4 RBIs.
Right, it was the Yankees that got him going.
Yes.
Got him off the snide there. A couple of hits at Yankee Stadium, and he's been rolling ever since.
Overall for the Orioles DHs, they're hitting .248, 3 home runs, and 12 runs batted in the year. 1 ball, 1 strike count to Nick Johnson. Nova's delivery to him. Slider's going to miss inside, and a 2 ball, 1 strike count. April, forget about it. Then came May.
Yeah, that couple hits up at Yankee Stadium got him rolling. He's definitely feeling more comfortable at the plate. You can tell by his last few swings.
Here's the 2-1 delivery, and he will foul that one off. And Nova gets the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it seems the day of the regular DH is kind of falling by the wayside. I know you and I were talking about that earlier. And the Orioles obviously have used a lot of DHs, but I think the versatility of players is coming into play just because of the interleague play and not being locked down and actually losing players through the course of interleague play. And the Orioles are showing a lot of their versatility, players playing different positions and filling in that DH spot.
Kind of like we're running out of the Edgar Martinez's of the world, the true designated hitters that used to only do that and nothing more. Now, in order to be a DH, you almost have to be able to do something else to be on the ball club. 3 ball, 2 strike count, 2 down. Wieters off third base, ball game tied. And Johnson goes around, and that's the strikeout. So 3 Ks in the ball game for Nova. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Ball game remains tied at 2. Best highway mileage of any gas engine in America. And by Denny's. Denny's, America's Diner, is always open. With Mike Bordick, I'm Gary Thorne here at Camden Yards. A day where it rained almost all day, and most people thought, not going to play this one. Oh, yes, we are. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Orioles and Yankees, and both have left 3 on base. Orioles had the early 2-0 lead in the game. The Yankees came back to tie it up in the 4th inning on the Swisher double. Here's Martin leading it off. Martin flied out his first time up. Martin, Jeter, and Granderson. And the Yankee catcher will take that one for a strike. Both teams come in having won 6 of their last 10 ball games. 0-1 pitch, slider away. One ball, one strike count. Martin, and he'll take it on the inside corner.
Nice breaking ball right there. There has been a little bit of mist here through the first 5 innings, and grounds crew came out and doctored up the mound a little bit, put a little diamond dry down, which is good news for Hamill. Obviously, with the knee being a concern, I wouldn't be surprised if Rick Adair might have mentioned something to the grounds crew to go out and doctor that mound up a little bit, make it a little more safe.
2-2 delivery is going to be inside 3-2. And we saw the Yankees early on trying to bunt against him. Probably against him as much as against the Orioles third baseman, just maybe wanting to test the knee. But the way it looks right now, it sure looks fine. And we haven't seen the Yankees trying to put the ball down. 3-2 delivery to Martin, and he's on with a walk. That is the first walk surrendered by Hamill, and it is a leadoff walk to the number 9 hitter. Tune into the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report tomorrow, 4:30 to 6:30, with Tom Davis, Mel Antonin, Dave Johnson. All the latest Oriole news and headlines tomorrow, 4:30, right here on Massive. Yankees, of course, tomorrow night, Game 2, the short 2-game set. It'll be Wei and Chen and CC Sabathia. The scheduled start is a battle of left-handers in the ballgame tomorrow night. Chen 3-0, Sabathia 5-0.
This will be a pretty good battle tomorrow for sure.
Derek Jeter picked up a base hit. He's 1 for 2. He does show bunt. That's one of those where you can get your fingers broken. That pitch came in on him.
Well, that's where you want to put it. I mean, geez, he's got that riding fastball. Jeter knows all about that, so he was able to get out of the way, but couldn't get his bat out of the way, so strike 1.
Hamill now 14 for 19 in first pitch strikes. He continues to get ahead of the hitters in the ballgame. On at first base, Martin. Not going. Fouled down the line, late on it, and an 0-2 count. Jeter against Hamill now with 6 hits and 18 at bats, including a home run. Jeter, of course, picking up that base hit in his first time up, now in 16th place by himself on the all-time hit list. Hamill will look over. Martin, decent speed, but not a base stealer. 0-2 delivery, and there's a chopper. Andino. This should be 2. There's 1. There's 2.
Nice play right there. Nice job all the way around. Obviously, Hamill getting the ground ball from Jeter. Chopper, boy, that ball's up in the air a long time, and Andino gives a quick power feed. And J.J. Hardy's arm's feeling a lot better and throws a bullet over to Chris Davis.
So the double play turn takes away that leadoff man. Here's the shift again on Curtis Granderson. He has struck out and grounded out, and Granderson will take the pitch for a ball. Granderson has always been, like Jeter, a very, very tough out for Oriole pitchers over the years. Getting some new baseballs for the home plate umpire. Jeter back with a 1 for 3 in the ball game. Curtis Granderson waiting while the home plate umpire gets restocked. And will foul the pitch back. Granderson this season being held down a little bit. He's picked up only 6 hits in 25 at bats, down around the 250 number on the season. 2-1 delivery on the way. Way back in right field. They didn't hold him down on that one. And goodbye, home run. Curtis Granderson, and the Yankees have a 3-2 lead. And for the first time this year, Jason Hamill has given up 3 runs in a game.
Here's a pitch, middle in. Kind of stayed more middle, and Granderson jumped all over it. He chased an elevated fastball earlier in the game. That ball was up in the zone, but not quite enough, and Granderson took advantage of it for his 12th home run of the season.
Second in the league in homers. A-Rod takes a strike on the inside corner. Granderson now with 21 RBIs. He's just out of the top 10 in runs batted in, as well as being second in the home run department. 0-1 pitch to A-Rod, and that's going to miss outside. 1-1. Only the 3rd home run surrendered this season by Hamill. They all have been hit by left-handers. 1 ball, 1 strike count. A-Rod going for 1 right there, and it's 1-2.
Well, you know, in those situations, obviously Granderson, we had the big shift around, just like at the beginning of the game, and Granderson showed bunt early, but when the game's tied up in the 5th inning, he's not going to show bunt, especially with 2 outs. You know, he's going to try to.
That's an inside out swing, goes to second base, and Dino up with it, and A-Rod is retired. Granderson drove 1 to Utah Street, the 61st ball hit at Utah Street all time, and the Yankees have the lead. The first inning, then Nova settling in, and the Yankees coming back. Swisher with 2 RBIs, and Granderson with a home run out there in Utah Street to give the Yankees the lead. But this is the typical kind of battle we are seeing this season for the Orioles against these Eastern Division teams. They have grinded out tough games, and obviously a long way to go here.
Well, there sure are, and there is a long way to go because the offensive potential for both teams, you know, can carry on for a long ways. The power potential is endless, and you saw that obviously with Granderson. But great pitching performances. I think they both battled through some tough innings, been able to settle down, and you know, here we are, just 1 run difference right now.
I asked about how the ball might carry tonight with this high humidity. It certainly looked like with one Granderson's, it didn't have any trouble at all.
Yeah, that one didn't get held back. I mean, Granderson's, he's got some great pop for a number 2 hitter, doesn't he?
And he does it with the wrists. I mean, he doesn't look that big and strong, but he drives the ball a long way.
Well, he has a plan when he goes up there, and that pretty much to turn and burn and beat that shift. You know, the Orioles had that big shift on him, and he looks for a pitch up out over the plate, and boy, when he gets it, he doesn't get cheated.
So Granderson with a home run has given the Yankees the lead. The Orioles, another one of the stats that's about the same for Girardi and Showalter's teams. They both are up among the leaders in comeback wins. In fact, they are 1 and 2 in the American League as ball clubs with comeback wins on the season. So we'll see what happens in this one. Robert Andino leading it off. One 0 count. Andino will take it outside for a ball. Andino hit into a double play his first time up. The Orioles have hit into a couple of double plays in this ball game. And the pitch will be taken, and that is a strike. And Dino's hitting well against the Yankees coming into this ball game. 381, 3 RBIs off Yankee pitchers this year. Pitch is going to be down low, and a 3-1 count. You see the hitters look back a lot on Gary Cederstrom. I don't know about the vocal call, but he has a delayed arm call, and he maybe's a delayed vocal because a lot of hitters seem to look back to see what was the call. 3-1 is up high, and that's a walk. Well, the Orioles get the leadoff man on yet again. Take a look. Russell Martin doing the catching. You don't hear many players willing to recognize this. I remember in L.A. one year, Larry Bowa, a coach there, called me out, said, all you care about is your offense. I lost it. We had an argument. He was testing me. I take a lot more pride in my defense. I understand it's more important to wins and losses than my offense. Calling pitches, blocking balls, throwing runners out, more important than my offense. Larry Bowa is the kind of coach and or manager who would call you out on something like that if he believed that was the case. And he did, and Martin probably benefited from it. The pitchers take it inside. Chavez is halfway in down the line at third base with Avery up and a runner on at first base. 3 walks surrendered by Nova in the ball game. Avery getting the start in left field. First major league hit, a double in the first inning. First run scored. Hardy brought him home. 1-0 count. Chavez creeping in at third. And Avery will take the pitch away.
There's Avery's first major league hit, jumping on a high fastball. I talked to him earlier today. You see his speed right there. And he was a little bit beside himself. He said, boy, did these major league pitchers throw change-ups and breaking balls and hitters counts all the time? Kind of smiled at him. I said, boy, nowadays they do. You better be ready to hit. Understand what this pitcher's got.
2-0. Avery takes it, and the count goes to 3-0. So Nova unable to find the strike zone here. That'll bring Cano in. But the Orioles getting the leadoff man on.
Well, Avery's showing some good patience up there, which is a tribute to him, obviously. A younger player in these kind of situations might get a little antsy and want to do too much, but he showed some patience. Good sign.
A couple of fly ball outs, 5 ground ball outs for Nova so far. That is in there for a strike. The Orioles continue to have problems hitting into double plays. Not problems hitting into them, the problems that result from doing it. 2 in the ball game tonight, 41 on the year, that have broken up what could have been a couple of innings, including that last inning where they got the leadoff man on. 3-ball, 1 strike count. Chavez goes back, even with the bag, now creeps in a couple of steps again at third. That one's going to be down the line. That's going to be a base hit into the corner. And Dino's got some speed. Swisher trying to get there in a hurry, won't get there in time. On his way to third, Avery, a triple and an RBI, and the game is tied.
That's some exciting speed right there. Avery getting a second hit, and a big one at that. And he was flying around the bases. Switcher gets it as fast as he can, and Cano just lobs it back in the infield. No chance at all getting Avery at third base. Easy stand-up triple. Great at bat for young Xavier Avery as well. Showing patience early, and then 3-1 count, getting a pitch and driving it.
Taking care of all the first, isn't he? First RBI. Here's J.J. Hardy. The Orioles have tied it up. And Nova's really struggling with the strike zone here as he misses outside again. Nova's had only 9 out of 20 first pitch strikes in the ballgame. And Martin's going to go out. He's settling down a little bit. Hardy delivered a single, popped out, has an RBI in the ballgame. Avery over at third base with the potential go-ahead run and nobody out. He's top of the order. Starting out already with a real good ball game. Avery's got 2 hits, runs scored. Hardy's picked up a hit. Markakis has had a hit. They're only in their third at bat of the ball game. 1-0 count on Hardy. And the slider's going to miss outside, and it goes to 2-0. And that will bring Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, out to the mound, as Nova just seems to be a little bit unsettled here. Now, is it about the leg where he took that shot?
Boy, it could be. You know,
it's stiffening up on him. And
well, you're right. He's already had 3 visits now with Cano coming in and then Martin going out to talk to him. And another pitching coach out there.
Joe Girardi pacing.
Here's that bullet Markakis hit up the middle right off his right foot, landing there. Boom, right off the top of it. You know, the foot, even though these shoes they make nowadays have quite a bit of padding in them, you know, the foot is made up of so many small bones. If there's any swelling in there, you know, it gets in between, and boy, does it cause some discomfort. And we talked about maybe the adrenaline getting him through, but it's certainly going to stiffen up as the game progresses.
Well, we'll see here. The Orioles, each team tracking one another. 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 left on. Hardy trying to get that go-ahead run in. They're moving the infield in. Nova will step off. You saw Girardi trying to get the attention of everybody. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it is surprising.
5th inning.
No outs.
Infield is drawn in. 2-0 count. Hardy will take it down low, and the count goes to 3-0. I'm sorry, 2-1. Wow. Like I said, late call.
Right.
Home plate umpire. Tony Pena working with Girardi. That ball in the air to left field. Don't need a drawn in infield. Way back. Goodbye. Home run. Hardy gets the 2 RBI shot. The Orioles lead at 5-3. Number 9 on the year, and RBIs 13 and 14.
Well, the Orioles hitters here in the 5th inning are showing some great patience. Andino drawing a base on balls, and Avery working the count to his favor, and then J.J. Hardy really taking advantage of that.
3 runs in. Wow. Did he hit that one? That'll be taken for a strike.
And we got the count to 2-1, and boy, that elevated fastball middle of the plate. And J.J. Hardy does not miss those pitches. You make mistakes on him, and he makes you pay.
6 home runs in the month for Hardy. Markakis to short, right at Jeter. And there is the first out of the inning. Markakis now with a 1 for 3 in the ballgame. The Orioles getting their 57th home run of the year. 30 of those have now come here at Camden Yards. And Avery, a pretty exciting start. And there's Garcia, long man in the bullpen, who had been in the starting rotation at the beginning of the year. And it starts to rain. We mentioned earlier, getting a lead in this game could be very important if Mother Nature decides to have a say. And a big swing and a miss by Jones. RBI double. He got that in the 1st inning. 6-game hit streak. He's hit into a fielder's choice as well. And this is about as hard as it's rained all afternoon. 0-1 delivery is going to be way outside. You know, you don't see enough of Nova to know for sure, but he just doesn't look right on the mound.
No, he really doesn't. And obviously there'd been some concern because of everybody just going to talk to him, like we had talked about. Cano came in there.
That one down the line. It is curving, and it is a foul ball.
And shortly after that, you know, Martin went out and talked to him, and then, geez, right, next hitter, pitching coach goes out and talks to him. So now he's on the phone for some help out in the bullpen. So there's something happening. I mean, it might be his foot being sore, maybe just. Well, who knows? I think that's our only guess, is that the foot, because he's been pretty effective the whole game.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Base is empty here, and the pitch on the inside corner. No argument there. So Nova gets the strikeout, his 4th of the game. 2 down, 5th inning.
Took everything away, and I think Jonesy was looking away. That was just a backup breaking ball that stayed on the inner part of the plate. It may have even been a ball, but I think it fooled everybody.
And here is Matt Wieters. Wieters will take the pitch, and that's a strike. Wieters has drawn a walk and been called out on strikes. The Yankees starting pitching is ranked 11th in earned run average. The Orioles is 9th. Yankees relief pitching is 3rd. The Orioles 1st. Numbers very similar. Yankee offense, they are 3rd in average, 3rd in runs. The Orioles are 6th in average, but 4th in runs. And they are 1 and 2 in homers in the not only the American League but the majors. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Wieters. Yankees will get former Oriole player Rapata up to throw along with Garcia. Rapata closest to it. Rain continues to fall. A 1 ball, 2 strike count, and the pitch will be taken up high.
Kind of early in the game to have double barrels working out in the bullpen too, unless they're getting reports that it might be raining heavier. He's already starting to match up.
This is going to be Cano. Oh my. I don't know if there's anybody else playing second base in the majors right now who can make that play and make it as effortlessly. Hardy delivers the home run. The Orioles get the lead, 5-3.
First inning, Adam Jones hits a double off the wall, scoring 2. Gives the Orioles an early lead. Then in the 5th, Curtis Granderson puts Jason Hamill deep. They get the lead back 3-2. But then J.J. Hardy in the 5th, 2-run home run. J.J. Hardy 2 for 3 with a home run and 3 RBIs tonight. 2 runs scored. Curtis Granderson hits that solo home run in the 5th. Xavier Avery 2 for 3, gets his first major league hit. His first major league RBI, a triple and 2 runs scored. And there he is, the X-Man, Xavier Avery.
Start in left field and an exciting ball player to watch. Hamill goes to work in the rain, and the pitch will be taken by Cano. Ball 1. Cano, Teixeira, and Swisher due up. Cano delivered the single, scored in the 4th inning. Swisher, the 2 RBI base hit. Granderson, the solo home run. 80 pitches thrown in the ball game so far. And there's a strike on the inside corner, 1-1.
You had mentioned that play there at the end of the inning that Cano just made up the middle, that very few, if any, players can make that type of throw. And it's funny, Brian Roberts and I were talking the other day out at second base, and he was actually trying to make that throw. He goes, how does Cano do that? How does he? He's going to left field and actually turn and throw without turning his left shoulder. Can just throw a strike, it looks like, from underneath. And
that's going to be down the line and a base hit for Cano. Avery over to get it. It'll be a stand-up double, and the Yankees have a runner on at second to lead off the 6th inning.
Pretty good bit of hitting right there. When he's going good, he covers the whole plate. And when he's going really good, like he is right now, almost hitting .500 over the last 8 games.
And that will bring up Teixeira. He is flied out, grounded out. Each team now with 7 hits. Teixeira will take it away for a ball. Teixeira against the Orioles this year, 6 hits in 28 at-bats. No home runs, 1 RBI. Not a good number with runners in scoring position for him. Shift is on, the 1-0 delivery. The off-speed pitch is outside, and the count goes to 2-0. Swisher on deck.
It seems like Teixeira just traditionally starts off slow, but then at the end of the year he has these just incredible numbers. Like, how did that happen? I mean, he's a prolific power hitter, obviously, and drives in runs.
Big uppercut on that one. He fouled it back. He's been dealing with the inflamed bronchial airways for virtually the entire year, and he's had some real coughing bouts during games that have really bothered him, to the point where the other night in a game, first base umpire stopped the game to see if he was all right. 2-1 delivery, foul back. He was coughing so hard the umpire thought he might have a real serious problem and need to come out of the game, and he stopped it to check with him. Not quite sure what the cause of it is, but he's dealing with that along with trying to get the bat going. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Hamels pitch to him is inside, and the count will go to 3-2. And Teixeira, and you can see the raindrops coming down. A steady rain. Fortunately, not a cold night. 79 degrees when we started, and that hasn't changed very much. 3-ball, 2-strike count. And walked him. So 2-1, nobody out. Second walk surrendered by Hamel. Our PNC postgame tune-in will be coming up. O's Extra after the ball game. You'll have the analysis from Jim and Rick. Mike will join them to look back at the game. You'll hear the press conference with the skipper and the player interviews and more. Brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Now it will be the Orioles' turn to head out to the mound. I'm sure one question, how's the knee, and the other, how's the mound?
Yeah, well, hopefully the knee isn't a concern. He seems to, it doesn't seem like there's any effect out there. He isn't obviously limping or anything like that. There haven't been any visits about it. If he's fallen awkwardly or whatever, he's had to cover first base a couple times. So I think it's been tested, and I guarantee you he's not even going to mention the knee or use it as any kind of excuse, because he is a great competitor, and he's just upset that he isn't able to command his pitches right now the way he had earlier in the game.
Nick Swisher has already picked up 2 RBIs in the game. Runners at first and second and nobody out. And Swisher will take the pitch away for a ball, and Hamel, who had been throwing all first pitch strikes in the game, is having that turned around a little bit now. He's getting behind the hitters, and you don't want to do that with any team, but you especially don't want to do that with this Yankee ball club. He's 15 out of 24 first pitch strikes. And that one is going to miss down low, and the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes, and it's almost like you're looking at a different pitcher.
Yeah, it really is. He's really trying to find himself out there right now. Still trying to, he's trying to mix it up and use different pitches, but he's got to get back in the strike zone.
Most runs and most hits he's given up in the year are in this ball game already. 2-0 delivery. Almost aimed that one, and he got it in there, and the count goes to 2-1 on Swisher.
Well, with a tough lineup like the Yankees, who are traditionally so patient, You know, he was pounding the zone so early, and then they started to make their adjustments. Saw a couple guys swinging at the first pitch or whatever, and you'd think typically most teams would start being more aggressive in chasing.
Did he go? Nope.
He looked like he went.
Adrian Johnson down at third. 3-1.
Here's a look at it right here. Oh, he held it.
Yep, held it up.
Well, like I was saying, I mean, typically, if a pitcher is pounding the zone, hitters are going to make adjustments to try to be more aggressive. And then as the game goes on, you know, they might, or Hamill might get more chases just because he'd been so powerful at hitting that strike zone early on in the game. But the Yankees hitters,
it's an off-speed pitch.
They're just showing a lot of patience. A lot of patience. 3-2 breaking ball up in the zone.
Here's what you were talking about: breaking ball, off-speed, in a fastball situation.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So Hamill's got a 3-2. Cano at second base. Teixeira's on at first. Orioles lead at 5-3. And walked him to load the bases. With nobody out. And with the rain falling. And the Orioles lead at 2. That will affect the decision right here, and that's going to be it. So Jason Hamill struggling a bit here. And Buck Showalter going to do whatever he's got to do to try and protect this lead. And so Hamill is going to come out working just 5+ innings in the ball game. Second time that's happened this year. He went 5 against Toronto in his second start. The 7 hits, 5+ innings, 3 runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, 95 pitches.
Yeah, it was weird because the first half of that ball game he was pounding the strike zone early, getting ahead of guys, and then in the 4th inning gave up a couple hits. A-Rod and Cano got it going, and then Swisher ended up hitting that double, and that seemed like the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings just a little bit out of sync, and you wonder sometimes, is it just, you know, obviously you want to give pitchers a chance to rest, but, you know, that much time off from pitching may have had some effect. I mean, you don't want to make any excuses, and you know Jason Hamill won't make any kind of excuses at all. He just couldn't find the strike zone here in the 6th inning, and after giving up that double to Cano, then 2 back-to-back base on balls, and we're in the situation we are right now with the bases loaded and Ayala in the game.
And the Orioles turn to their bullpen yet one more time. Ayala pitched in game 2 against Tampa Bay, worked an inning, didn't give anything up, and had a strikeout. He will work here to Ibanez, who is 0 for 2 in the ball game. Yankees have loaded him up with nobody out. Cano a double, walked to Teixeira, and a walk to Swisher. The infield is back. They'll give up the run if they can get the ground ball double play. Ayala's delivery And that's going to miss down low. For Raul Ibanez, a 1-for-4 lifetime off Ayala. Obviously a big at bat. This rain continuing to come. The grounds crew has not come out, indicating that the decision already made to play through this, at least for the moment. And the pitch taken down low. Ayala, with no place to put him, is behind 2-0.
Well, this is a tough situation. Now, Ayala has great movement on his fastball and does have good command and keeps that ball down, but this is a good matchup right here, 2-0. I mean, Ibanez looking for a pitch up in the zone. That's definitely the approach they want to take off Ayala. Get him up a little bit.
It gets away, runner will stay, but the count goes to 3-0, and Ayala not close. The Oriole bullpen, of course, has been their mainstay of this ball club. They retired 36 of 39 in that series against Tampa Bay. All 9 batters on Friday. Darren O'Day, Pedro Strop, Jim Johnson involved in it. So was Ayala. But the innings are starting to pile up as the bullpen now is up there in third most innings pitched in the American League. 3-0 count. Raul Ibanez with the sacks full. Take one here. He gets an RBI if it's not a strike, but it's in there. Ayala brings it in, 3-1.
Oh, with the rain coming down too, obviously the grass getting a little wetter, and boy, you hate to see it. I mean, in situations with, obviously the bases loaded and stuff, but if wet balls come into play and things like that, I mean, you don't like to see that happen in the game, but it's certainly something the infielders are aware of, and the outfielders too. And even to go on to that point, base runners. So they're going to be more aggressive knowing that the ball is going to be wet if it's put in the outfield.
Ground ball down to first and missed. It got through Davis. Cano scores. Teixeira will score. And it's been a long night at first base for Chris Davis as the Yankees have tied it up.
Well, tough chance. You got Ibanez, lefty, definitely a top spinner, but you've seen Chris make good plays down there, and he just didn't get deep enough on that ball. Maybe a deeper drop step, help him get take his eyes to that ball a little bit, but unfortunately got by him. And a couple runs score.
That is the 35th error of the season against the Orioles, more than any other team in the league, and the third against Davis. And now the potential go-ahead run is at third base, runners at first and third, still nobody out. And here is Chavez. Chavez has grounded out twice, and a big swing and a miss on it. Strike one. So the Yankees coming right back after the Orioles got 3 runs in the 5th inning to jump on top 5-2. The Yankees 5-3. The Yankees have responded and tied this ball game up and threatening now to go on top. The offenses are taking over. Chavez pops it up in the infield. Benavides. Fair territory. Big out.
Well, that was huge. I mean, Ayala, typically the ground ball type pitcher, to get an infield pop up, keeps the double play in order. The Royals could potentially get out of this with a ground ball.
Joe Girardi's team battling back here. We told you these are the come-from-behind ball clubs of the American League. The Yankees have come from behind to win 11 ball games this year. They lead the American League in that department, and the Orioles only one behind that with 10 comebacks. Runners at first and third, one away. Here's Russell Martin. Ibanez, by the way, does pick up 1 RBI. That second run scored on the error. So 22 RBIs for Ibanez, who's over there at first base. Swisher's over at third. Orioles looking for the ground ball double play off Martin. Number 9 hitter has picked up a walk and is flied out. There's a play that baseball's ready to make illegal. The look to third, throw to first. Approval. All it needs now is approval from the players, and that play will no longer be allowed. Under the proposed rule, the pitcher will have to completely step off the rubber before making any movement towards third base in that play. And that's going to be inside, and the counts go to 2-0 now on Russell Martin.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. How can they take that play out? It's been around. It gets booed every time it happens.
I know.
And we've seen it work this year. Darren O'Day made it work. I think they could be more strict with the movement the pitcher makes towards third base. Has to be more deliberate. But I don't know if they can just take away that play completely.
Well, you can make the rule, and that's the proposal. The players have to approve it, though. The owners, Major League Baseball already has. Boy, what a long inning here for the Oriole pitchers, Hamill and Ayala. A double, 2 walks, an error. 1 out on the pop-up, and now a 3-0 count on Russell Martin. Runners off first and third. Ayala's delivery to him, he's taking, and it's in there for a strike. Yankees have really taken advantage. 1 ground ball to Davis that probably should have been a double play, wasn't. The Orioles unable to turn 2 on it. Yankees ended up scoring later in the inning. And then here in this inning, the error. 2 runs have scored. And of course the out, no out recorded. Martin will take it, and he's on, and they're loaded again.
Ayala looks like he's having problems with the spikes out there. Kind of keeps looking down at him. I don't know if the mound might be getting a little bit sloppy, but he kicks off the mud.
Now it's Derek Jeter with the bases loaded, 1 away. Jeter 0 for 2 off Ayala. Yankees trying to get the lead back. Jeter's had 4 chances with the bases loaded this year, and he's 0 for 4. He's single, 1 for 3 in the ballgame. And he'll take the pitch for a strike. Can't believe it.
Derek doesn't have many called strikes on him.
No.
The veteran, future Hall of Famer.
But Showalter moving some people around. 0-1 count. Ayala in relief. Infield double play depth. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Jeter will foul it off, and a 2-strike count from Ayala.
Nice pitch right there by Ayala. Great movement on that fastball running in. Under the hands on Jeter, but as we've seen earlier in the game, he has such great protection. Derek Jeter does with his hands, being able to stay inside that type of pitch. Makes him very dangerous.
Oh, 2 count, 1 down. Deadlocked at 5 as the lead is seesawed back and forth. The Yankees trying to get it back again, and Ayala will step off. Orioles had the 2-0 lead. Yankees tied it up, took a 3-2 lead. Orioles got a couple of runs, 3 runs, go on top by 2. Yankees have answered, tied it up again. The 0-2 delivered to Jeter, and that'll be inside. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Jeter obviously played behind Ayala last year. Ayala pitched for the Yankees, so has seen what he tries to do to right-handed batters and knows about that fastball, how it tails and sinks.
Jeter against the Orioles this year, he's picked up 12 hits now, 12 for 30. Home run and 3 RBIs in this, the 7th game these 2 teams have played. Ayala 1 and 2. Runners get their lead. Jeter will take it outside. Swisher drew the walk. He's at third. Ibanez reaching on the error. He's at second. Martin with the walk. He's at first. Yankees have had him loaded twice in the inning. 2-2. And Jeter goes down swinging. Ayala with a strikeout.
Well, pretty good pitch sequence there by Ayala. This fastball up and away, catches that top corner, then this one right underneath the hands. Nasty diving sinker there. Doesn't go away, and this one, the bottom just drops out of it. And it's pretty impressive if you strike Derek Jeter out swinging without contact on that pitch. So nasty pitch right there by Ayala. Great job.
Only 19 times has Jeter struck out so far this season. So now, with the bases loaded, there are 2 down, and now you've got to face Curtis Granderson, who's already had his 12th home run, 1 for 3. Granderson was going for the salami right there. Solo home run that came in the 5th. 12 home runs, 21 RBIs. Ayala trying to keep this ball game tied. Granderson is 1 for 3 off Ayala. 0-1 delivery to him. Granderson is also 4th in the league in strikeouts.
No, he doesn't get cheated very much. He's got a pretty basic approach. He already starts preloaded with his hands back. Very simple, and he's looking to do pretty much one thing. And he's kind of on the plate. And if that pitch is out over the plate, he's got great coverage. And he's just looking to turn and hit as far as he can.
2 strikes, 2 down, bases loaded, game tied. 1-2. Granderson on the year has hit 3 home runs against the Orioles, driven in 5. Granderson so far is the leading RBI man against the O's on the 2012 season. Rain has let up again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ayala's delivery. Granderson high in the air. Markakis underneath it. And he's got it. Yankees are retired. They will pick up a couple of runs. They do it on just 1 hit in the inning, but tie the ball game. Will contribute $50 to support the American Heart Association Heart Walk. To date, the Orioles have drawn 102 walks for a total of $5,100. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Well, quite a ball game here as You said the lead has gone back and forth. One of those runs unearned in the 6th inning, one earned, one unearned. So for Hamill, Jason Hamill, the Orioles starter, 5 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned on 7 hits, walking 3, striking out 3, the most runs, the most hits in his 7 starts this year, and he will be non-decisioned as he leaves in the tie ball game.
Yeah, it's been an interesting middle part of the game. We got to Nova early on in the 1st inning, but boy, then he looked at the scoreboard. Yankees 2 runs in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. We were lucky to get away with just 2 runs in the 6th. Boy, with the bases loaded a couple times. But we put up 3 in the Orioles put up 3 in the 5th. So very interesting middle part of the game.
Yeah, this one's up for grabs. Nova on the first pitch is going to record the out on Benamed.
Oh, Nova's limping right now.
Nova's hurting. I was surprised he came out to pitch here in the 6th. Girardi maybe wanting to try and give him a chance to pick up a win, but
you know what? I don't even think it's the foot that got hit by the ball. I think he rolled his ankle.
Yep. So he's taken a Markakis shot off the side of his foot and now covering first. Watch.
Huh. I can tell. I think he might have twisted his left foot just fielding that ground ball.
So that will be it. Nova had an interesting, to say the least, night. Clay Rapata, former Oriole, coming on to pitch. Be non-decisioned, giving up the 5 runs, 7 hits, 5 in the 3rd innings, walked 3, struck out 4, and just had a roller coaster night.
Yeah, he did. You know, I mean, it seems like this is a typical line for Ivan Nova this year. Giving up the 5 runs, kind of working his way through, battling through, and you know, he got his team into 5 innings of ball, but it's going to be funny to see. He's going to be icing his shoulder, obviously, from pitching, but his right foot after taking a line drive from Nick Markakis, and his left foot from spraining his ankle, fielding a ground ball in the last play.
Go figure. Here's Chris Davis, 0 for 2. He has struck out and hit into a double play. As we said, the rain that came down for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, has virtually stopped again. The former Oriole side armor, left-hander, working here with 1 down, nobody on, and Davis will foul the pitch away. Ball game tied 5-5. Each team's got 7 hits. Yankees have now left 6 on base, and the Orioles 3. For Davis against left-handers, did a pretty good job. .292, actually better against lefties than righties. Rapata's pitch, the sweeping pitch, will miss outside, and the count goes to 1-2.
Boy, Rapata's pretty, I mean, typically very nasty against left-handed batters. He has that funky delivery, comes down from the side, steps across his body. Very tough to pick up the ball.
Rapata will miss with that one.
Big sweeping slider right there.
Left-handers are hitting 200 against him. Right-handers 333. Rapata more of a specialty pitcher than for any distance in a game. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and he hung in, fouls it off. Rapata worked on yesterday in the loss to Seattle. He gave up a run in an inning on one hit. Also worked in the Friday game facing just one batter, which is typical for Rapata. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery, and Davis to first to share the out. Two down. Our PNC minor league report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you. For Dylan Bundy, Delmarva. Take a look at the numbers this season. 2 runs, none earned, 4 hits. That includes the performance tonight against Lakewood, which he gave up a run unearned on 2 hits, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. He's averaging almost 13 strikeouts per 9 innings for Dylan Bundy. Leadoff single first inning in the ball game tonight. Another hit, a single in the 5th inning. That's all he gave up. Another left-hander to face him is Nick Johnson, who has drawn a walk in the ball game to get on base. Nick hitting at 170 on the year. And the pitch is going to miss inside. And Rapata falls behind 2-0.
Well, it's good to see Bundy up to 5 innings pitched. Still doing a great job.
Fouled away. Nick Johnson 1 for 1 off Rapata. Most of the Orioles haven't seen Rapata. Of course, he was a teammate here. Nick with a 2-ball, 2-strike count, 2 down. Game delayed at the start by late rain for about 10 minutes. And inside to him, and Rapata headed to the dugout. Will go back to the mound. 3-2.
Nick's had some good at-bats tonight. He's obviously seeing the ball much better. Recently seen a lot of pitches.
3-2 to the Orioles designated hitter. And he draws the walk. Rapata misses with it. That is not what Joe Girardi wanted, because now he's got to go to the bullpen again. He doesn't want the left-hander to be working to Andino. Andino will come up with 2 away here in the 6th inning and a runner on at first base. And we have the parade from the bullpen beginning for both the Yankees and the Orioles in this 5-5 game. ZTV, the Oriole wives and the Oriole advocates for the 26th annual Orioles Reach Food Drive. It will be Friday, June 8th through Sunday, June 10. Representatives will be at each gate at the Orioles to take. Orioles will be playing the Phillies, and they'll be there to collect your non-perishable food items or cash donations to support the Maryland Food Bank. That's going to be June 8th through the 10th right here at Camden Yards. For more details, visit OriolesReach.com. So Rapata out of there, responsible for Johnson on at first base. Here's David Phelps, back and forth, starter bullpen. Rapata worked just a third of an inning after Nova had to come out with what looked like a twisted ankle. So Phelps on the season, he's had a couple of starts, 26 innings, 21 hits. Opponents hitting just .221 against him, 22 strikeouts and 11 walks. And the pitch is taken down low by Robert Andino. Ball game tied at 5. We're in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Johnson on at first base with a walk. Phelps delivery, and that's going to miss outside. It goes to 2-0. Oh, 1-1.
There's a late call for you.
I got to wait on Gary down there. Andino scored in the 5th inning when he got the leadoff walk. Avery had the triple RBI followed by the Hardy 2 RBI homer. And the count goes to 1-2. Andino's faced Phelps only once, 0 for 1 off him. 1-2 delivery. And that will be taken down low, and the count goes to 2-2. Started in the ball game where a lot of strikes were being thrown and the outs were efficiently being recorded. That's not the case anymore. You just saw somebody being carried down. We don't know who that is. That was not Nova previously. Nova's already gone in. But another Yankee has left the bench. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Be careful down there. It's dangerous.
Never safe.
That'll be foul back and out of play. Well, Phelps with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Robert Andino battling some pitches off. Phelps has appeared in just one of the previous games, working 2 1/3 innings, gave up nothing and struck out 4. Yankees have the 4-2 lead in the 6 games played so far. 2-2 delivery. Andino slow roller. He's got a chance at an infield hit. Jeter says you got it. Andino's on, no play. Down to second base goes Johnson.
Well, that's a sign of some veteran infielders right there. Obviously, knowing Andino's speed and not taking the chance of a wet ball coming in too hard and making a costly error. So basically just give Robert Andino that hit.
And now Avery gets another shot in his second major league game. How's that for a night? Double in the first, scored, grounded out in the third, tripled in the 5th, RBI, first major league RBI, and would later score a run. 2 on and 2 out. Avery on the big cut for a strike.
Yeah, he's had a great night tonight. It's been fun to watch him run the bases. I'm sure everybody in the dugout on that last triple, they were probably saying, look at him go, look at him go, because he just has that type of speed where it catches everybody's attention. But
the Orioles just don't have much of that.
No.
I mean, he's right now their fastest player on the field. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Left-handers against Phelps hitting .250. Right-handers 191. He's given up 5 home runs, 2 to lefties. 2 on. The Orioles trying to get the lead back. 5-5. Bottom half of inning number 6. Johnson not fleet of foot at second. Avery will take the pitch inside. Phelps on a big follow through there, and the count goes to 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Down the left field side. Ibanez will get over there, and he'll put it away. So the side retired. The Orioles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 are left on base, 5-5. Short 2-game set. Wei and Chen takes them out against CC Sabathia. Neither has lost a game yet. Coverage on Masson HD begins at 6:30 with those extra presented by Jeep, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson.
Should be an exciting matchup tomorrow. CC Sabathia, obviously, boy, has really put himself into some elite company with the numbers he's been putting up in recent years as a starting pitcher.
Sabathia's getting ready for interleague play there with a bat in his hand.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure he's loving that.
Wei and Chen watching his parents. I've been watching some baseball as they are here. We'll get to watch the game tomorrow night. So we remain tied. Ayala will go back out to the mound and work against Rodriguez, Cano, and Teixeira. 8 came to the plate for the Yankees in the 6th inning. They got 2 runs, 1 earned on 1 hit. There were 2 walks and 3 walks in the inning and a big error. A-Rod has had 2 singles, has scored a run, 2 for 3 in the ball game. He's the Yankees' designated hitter tonight. 0-1 pitch, and Ayala will miss inside with that one. Ayala's worked as many as 2 innings. That's his high this season. Not Showalter really having to manage that bullpen as much as it's been used lately. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery, and A-Rod will foul that one off.
Yeah, they've really had a tough stretch. I mean, the extra inning games in Boston and the doubleheader, even though starting pitching really has done a nice job getting a little bit deeper, but just the bullpen's been getting utilized quite a bit. You'd like to see a nice complete game by a couple starters, but they still do. I mean, they're doing a great job. They really are, but you just hate to see them out there every night.
1-2 delivery. Rodriguez again fouls it off. Count will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. We've seen a lot of this at both teams in this game, these foul balls, deep counts, which from about the 3rd inning on really started to run the pitch count up for both of these teams' pitchers. 1-2 the count on Rodriguez. Ayala's delivery to him, and that's going to be a base hit into the gap. Avery over to get it, and Rodriguez leads off the 7th inning with a single. He's got a 3-hit ball game, 3 for 4.
Well, it looks like A-Rod isn't. I know he kind of got off to a slow start, but it looks like he's trying to find his stroke, and he's just really not trying to do too much. Just put the good part of the bat on the ball. He had a couple base hits to right field earlier in the game, and that's just a nice little line drive out in the left center, but definitely not trying to hit the ball 400 feet. Just trying to get some base hits and having some success doing that.
It's his third 3-hit game of the season. And now Robinson Cano, 8 hits on the board for the Yankees. Cano has had 2 of them, a double, single, has struck out. He has scored 2 runs in the game. And Ayala's delivery to him, that'll be taken down low for a ball. Very short lead at first for A-Rod. Here's the 1-0 delivery, and that'll be put in the air to left. Avery. He's got it. Rodriguez goes back to first. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Mark Teixeira coming up. The Marylander always greeted with some boos by Oriole fans who wishes he was playing in an Oriole uniform. We think that player that we saw going down being helped out of the dugout for the Yankees was Clay Rapata, who pitched a third of an inning and gave up a walk and left under his own strength. Did not appear to be a problem until something happened in the dugout. And the pitch taken down low. Ivan Nova had to leave. He got hit with a hard shot off the foot by Markakis, stayed in the ball game, and then had to leave after it looked like he twisted an ankle covering first base in the 6th inning to the leadoff batter Betemit. So both Jason Hamill and Ivan Nova are non-decision starters. And the 1-0 delivery, and Teixeira will take that one for a strike.
Well, the Orioles have the big shift going right now, and I'm sure there's not much concern about A-Rod running. He's kind of toned his running game down quite a bit in recent years due to some injuries.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. That's in there. Well, we're speaking of injuries. The Yankees got more bad news this week regarding Brett Gardner, their speedy outfielder. In his rehab, he's had some problems reoccurring, and he's been told not to take a bat in his hands for at least 10 days. That's going to set back.
Oh, there he is right there.
There he is right there.
Quite a catalyst, too. I mean, yeah, he's not the big name yet for the Yankees, but he's one of those guys that can really do some damage on the bases and you know, score some of the uncharacteristic type runs other than like home run balls or anything. His speed, pass balls, stolen bases, can definitely make some marks for the Yankees. So he's missed in that lineup for sure.
Trying to make his way back from an elbow sprain. A-Rod and Davis over there at first. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Teixeira. 1 away. Tied at 5-5. And he lifts it way back right field, and goodbye home run. Mark Teixeira. A 2 RBI homer for the Yankees. They retake the lead at 7-5. Home run number 5, RBIs 18 and 19.
Well, even though Teixeira's off to a slow start, he's always a dangerous hitter, and he gets this pitch elevated up over the middle of the plate, and he just stays on that backside and crushes that ball to right field.
The first home run allowed by Ayala this season in the 18 2/3 innings that he's worked. Dana Evelyn, who had started a ball game for the Orioles, is up and throwing in the bullpen. He was in the bullpen last night as well. Did not pitch. Ayala's pitch away. And all of these games and all of these innings that the relievers are having to work has got to catch up with you at some point. And that may be happening now. Big swing and a miss. Swisher, 2 RBI double, a walk, and he is struck out.
Well, let's hope not. I think Buck's done a nice job of trying to keep guys as fresh as possible. You know, unfortunately, last night Troy Patton had to throw 3 innings. You know, but it helped save some arms to keep the bullpen a little fresher and stronger. Now it looks like Ayala's going to have a couple innings here, but trying to keep them as fresh as possible and strong is certainly a key, and it's the toughest challenge for a manager and a pitching coach to be able to balance that out through the course of a long season, and especially if there's injuries or guys are nicked up. I mean, how do you there is no perfect strategy, but the guys that are successful are certainly, you know, looked at as pretty knowledgeable as far as how to balance it and get the most out of your bullpen through the course of a 162 game schedule.
Very tough. And if your starters don't go deep, you can manage all you want, but it ain't going to work.
That is the key for sure, and Buck has talked about that all year up until this point.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Nick Swisher, base is empty here, ground ball back to the mound. Ayala snags that one. And that is the second out here in the 7th inning. So 2 down. Raul Ibanez coming up. Where Ibanez reached on a big error in the 6th inning, credited with 1 RBI, 2 runs scored on it. Officially, he's 0 for 3 at the plate in the game. 264 now, 22 runs batted in. The Yankees would be in trouble if Ibanez is not having the kind of start that he's had, playing the outfield and DHing. Ayala, shift on in the infield, and a strike.
Well, they sure would, and it's so. I mean, we've talked about the Yankees' depth forever, and guys like Ibanez, great veteran player, stepping up and doing a great job. Obviously driving in a lot of runs, but you look at Chavez over at third base. I mean, what a pickup he's been. I mean, 6-time Gold Glover over there and doing a great job offensively as well. If A-Rod can't play third, so he solidified that infield, especially on the corner over there. But they have depth. They've always had a potent offense, and guys can step in for them.
That's into the shift. That's Hardy, the shortstop, who makes the play and gets the out. Ibanez retired. 2-run homer to Shera. The Yankees retake the lead. 7th inning stretch time brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Fly straight. Drink responsibly. That's meandered all over the place. Both teams have had the lead in the ball game a couple of times. Nobody's been able to hang on to it. The Yankees are back on top by a couple. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick back here with you at Camden Yards. Orioles have had these kinds of games of late. They've been able to come back. Almost did it yesterday when they were down 7-1, ended up losing 9-8. But now we're into the bullpens. It's the game for the pens to be decided there.
Right. Well, you're definitely not going to count the Orioles offense out. That's for sure. I mean, they've proven it all year long, and they're leading the American League in home runs. And so they're still confident. They're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. But I think you have to tip your hat a little bit to the Yankees offense for staying patient through the course of this ball game, drawing walks in the middle of the ball game, and seeing a lot of pitches, working our pitching, or the Orioles pitching staff, and then getting opportunities like they did last inning with Teixeira hitting that 2-run home run.
Yankees are kind of doing this backwards to the way we talk about great starting pitching and just enough offense to win. It's their offense which really right now is sustaining them because the pitching ERA is way up there.
Right, it seems like it. I mean, their pitching, their ERAs are up a little bit. They've had some key losses out there in the bullpen. But their offense has been consistent, and it always has. They've been a juggernaut out there. Cano obviously heating up. Jeter's having a great start to the year. And when you mix in guys like Chavez and Ibanez, and if Teixeira picks it up a little bit, then watch out, because it's a tough offense.
Now we'll see the Orioles with a chance to respond in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Hardy has had a homer and an RBI single, a 3 RBI ball game, and he's popped out. He drives it to center. Granderson's turned all the way around, 4-10 away, and he makes the catch. Curtis Granderson running it down in center field.
Well, J.J. Hardy puts a charge into that ball. Granderson, who's known to play shallow out there, really gets a good jump and chases it to the deepest part of the park, makes a nice play, and gets a nice round of applause from some of the Yankees fans. And I think a couple Oriole fans appreciated that type of play right there.
That's a big play with a leadoff batter in the 7th inning. Here is Nick Markakis. Phelps working in relief, came on in that last inning, gave up a single, but then got the final out. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Markakis with a single, 1 for 3 in the ball game. Phelps appeared 4 2/3 innings last outing Wednesday, working as a starter, second start of the season. He worked in long relief earlier in the year, and here he is back in the bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And that pitch is taken on the inside corner for a strike. The Yankees are kind of doing the same thing with Phelps. The Orioles are doing with Evelyn. They're starters. We're going back and forth, but because of need, because of the use of the bullpens, they're putting some starters who have short outings into the pen, saying, look, we may need you.
Well, that's exactly the way it's going to happen. And unfortunately, this young man here, Phelps, and Evelyn out in the Orioles bullpen, they have that versatility where they're able to do a couple different things. Start, maybe long relief, come in. Evelyn, obviously lefty, might have to get a lefty out in a tough situation. So, you know, versatility obviously doesn't play just for position players, but it also plays a part in the pitching staff.
Phelps, the third pitcher used, and the pitcher of record right now for them, O'Day and Evelyn. And there's a strike 3 called. Now Phelps gets the strikeout. Markakis retired, 2 down.
Tough pitch, about a foot off the plate. Breaking ball, never came back over. Nick obviously a little upset about that call.
Nova had 4 strikeouts, 1 for Phelps in the ball game. Jason Hamill, the Orioles starter, 5 runs, 4 earned, 7 hits over 5. He had 3 strikeouts. Ayala's picked up 1. The offense, for the most part, for both of these teams, going to be the deciding factor in this game. And a 1-0 count. Adam Jones, RBI double, came in the first inning. 6-game hit streak for him. He is 1 for 3 in the ball game. And that pitch is taken for a strike.
Well, Phelps looks like he has some pretty effective pitches. It's the first time I've seen him, and there really aren't much for notes on him, but it seems like he has a nice little slider, change up. I mean, he's not an overpowering pitcher by any means, but seems to mix it up, not afraid to throw his pitches, all of his pitches at any time. Makes him a little bit more effective.
April 10 was that game he appeared against the Orioles, 2 1/3 innings, and gave up no earned runs, had 4 strikeouts. Here's the 1-2 delivery, close. Adam Jones didn't bother to turn around to see what the home plate umpire was going to say. He just didn't want to hear anything, and it's 2-2. 2-2 strike count with the bases empty and 2 down. And up the middle. Cano. No play this time. Jones is on, base hit. 2-out single. Voting for the 2012 All-Star Game. You can vote at Orioles.com/All-Star. Honor the Camden Yards 20th anniversary by voting at least 20 times, and online you can vote up to 25. Select those you believe have earned the right to go to Kansas City. All-Star Game balloting at Orioles.com/All-Star. Matt Wieters, he has struck out, grounded out, drawn a walk in the game. Orioles down by 2. Jones on at first base. In the bottom of the 7th, Wieters will take the pitch for a strike. Phelps in that game he did pitch against the Orioles was untouchable. I mean, the Orioles couldn't get anything off him tonight. Putting the ball in play, they've had a couple of singles. Wieters will take it. It's going to be down low. And the count will go to 1-1.
Looks like the strike zone might be opening up a little bit. First pitch on Matt seemed to be a little bit outside.
Outfield deep, swung around towards left is Granderson. Throw over, a little too close. Jones is back.
Yeah, you want to give Matt a shot, that's for sure. Don't want to get picked off in this situation.
David Phelps, 25-year-old right-hander with a delivery, and that's going to be a base hit into right field. Swisher wants to hold Jones and will as he gets it back in a hurry. And the Orioles have back-to-back singles with 2 down in the 7th inning.
Couple nice at-bats right there, back-to-back, Jones and Wieters. Wilson Betterman with some power potential as well. Another one of those Orioles with 5 home runs.
So the Orioles get a chance with 2 down. Hearing that the Yankees say Nova left the ballgame with a strained right foot and ankle. 1 on a Markakis drive that hit him, the other covering first base, and here comes Girardi. And he wants to make the switch. Betemit coming to the plate. Both managers in the matchup mode now. And David Phelps, who recorded the first 2 outs in the inning, will be out of there. Boone Logan in the bullpen coming on. This will be the 3rd reliever for the Yankees, who lead it by a score of 7-5. And the rain's coming down. On top with 11. The Orioles and Toronto Blue Jays each with 10. The Orioles trying to make it 11 here tonight. And if they're going to do it in this particular moment, it's going to have to be against the left-hander, 27-year-old Boone Logan.
Well, it's a good opportunity here. I mean, Wilson Bedement's had some success. He's done a great job with the Orioles, especially driving in runs. He has 18 RBIs. I think the matchup, though, Wilson may have more power from the left-hand side, but Wilson's an experienced hitter. It's a good opportunity for him here.
Bedament will stand in against Logan. Logan has been a much called upon pitcher 64 times last year with the Yankees. He came out of the bullpen and he leads them again this year. This is his 19th appearance. He too comes on in many situations just to get a big out. And he's doing that here. Jones at second, Wieters at first. There are two down. Seventh inning, the Orioles trail by 2. Bedament, a 1-for-3 ball game so far with a single. Bedament hitting right-handed, 192, left-handed 254, and his power's been from the other side of the plate, which is why, as Mike said, Joe Girardi's made the move. 1-0 count. Count. And that'll be in the outside corner. We're also being told that Clay Rapata indeed was the player we saw leaving the dugout being assisted, and that is a viral infection, which has taken him out of the. He was already out of the ball game, but taking him out of the dugout. What a year this has been for injuries around Major League Baseball. And all of these colds, flus, viruses that have just run through ball clubs. 1-2.
Nasty pitch. Looked like an off-speed pitch. Changeup. Inside. One of the toughest pitches for any hitter is an inside changeup. And that one looked like it had a little. Might have had a little break to it as well.
Obviously, a very big at bat right here for the Orioles and the Yankees in this game. 1-2, 2 down. Logan's delivery. Bedament goes down swinging. Well, Logan gets the strikeout. The Orioles, no runs, couple of hits, 2 are left on. They trail by 2. You have won a total of $900 from the Maryland Lottery. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, play Strike It Rich scratch-offs and enter your non-winning ticket codes at mdlottery.com/strikeitrich. Rain coming back again on and off here tonight. And now in a relief appearance, here is Dana Evelyn.
And there is Dana Evelyn. And it started the other night through 6 innings. And gets called on, goes out to the bullpen. A little short out there. Plus with Troy Patton throwing the 3 innings last night, Orioles definitely need some left-handed help. Dane Evelyn slides out there, and here he comes in the 8th inning. A little bullpen support. Try to get the Orioles off the field as quickly as possible.
Evelyn, a starter at AAA this season. Now on in relief, will face Eric Chavez. Chavez 0 for 3 in the ball game, and the left-hander's pitch to him is in there for a strike. Last time he worked relief was a couple of games with Pittsburgh in 2010. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that one is there as well in the outside corner. Chavez, Martin, and then the top of the order, Derek Jeter. Evelyn came on to make the emergency start for Jason Hamill, who started the ball game tonight. Jones, nobody's going to get to that one. Avery and Jones unable to reach it. It's a leadoff single. Chavez on here in the 8th inning. Time to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here are the candidates tonight. Xavier Avery, triple, double, RBI, couple of runs scored. Curtis Granderson, he's had a big night with the home run, his 12th of the year. J.J. Hardy, a 3 RBI night with a homer and a single. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 31826. Evelyn worked on Friday, giving up 3 runs, 5 hits, a couple of strikeouts, 6 walks, and 2 hit batters for being called up from the Tides. Here is Martin, and Martin will take it for a strike. 10 hits on the board now for each team. 7-10-0 for the Yankees, 5-10-1 for the Orioles. 1 unearned run for the Yankees. Orioles have left 7. The Yankees have left a half dozen. Martin with the 0-1, and that pitch will catch the inside corner for a strike.
Martin has been able to draw a couple walks tonight, even with the low batting average. Still being patient at the plate.
Rain coming down, not as hard as it did a few innings ago, and that pitch is away. Red Sox have won their 4th game in a row tonight. Their 16th win, still in last place, but they are 16-19 now. They beat Seattle 6-1. 1 ball, 2 strike count. And he's going down. No, the umpire never made a call on that, and here comes Buck Showalter. And Wieters is asking, what's that? I mean, he just kind of decided himself he'd been hit by a pitch. Now a little help's going to be had here by Gary Cederstrom. He's asking Lance Barksdale, the first base umpire, and Fielding Culbreth, the second base umpire, to come in. Did it hit him? I want to see the ball. They're looking for the polish on the baseball. So that's where they're saying it hit him, or he says it hit him.
Well, I don't understand how Cederstrom can just let him go down without making a call. I mean, Martin makes his own call. Oh, yeah, I got hit, so I'm going to go to first. The umpire's got to make the call.
I don't know that Cederstrom got a lot of help on that. I mean, all they did was look at the baseball.
Well, they looked at the baseball, and then they threw it back to the pitcher, so it obviously didn't have a mark on it. And I don't think he ever did get a call from an umpire saying he hit him.
Never. So that's the 3rd hit batter in 2 games for Evelyn. Or maybe 2.5. But it's a big one because now 2 on, and here's Jeter, and there's nobody out in the 7-5 ball game in the 8th inning. And the top of the order coming up. That is really strange.
Yeah, it is.
Davis is being moved in a bit at first base. Jeter, a 1 for 4 in the ball game, singled, and the breaking ball is going to be taken down low. Jeter against left-handers hitting fairly well. 535.
Not bad.
Not bad. And the Yankees number. Jeter, as you might expect, the #1 average against left-handers. And the #1 road batting average at 455. Evelyn and Waiters trying to get together on this. Chavez out at second base, Martin on at first. Ayala gave up a couple of runs on 2 hits over 2 innings with a walk and a strikeout. The homer by Teixeira accounting for the 2 runs. And the delivery to Jeter's a slow roller to third base. Going to go there for 1. Relay to first. Got him! Derek Jeter is hit into 2 double plays and a real good turn by Andino.
Wow, that was a great turn by Andino. Nice job by Betterman. Stepping in, cutting the distance down, gets it to Andino, takes his time with Andino, just lightning quick hands. Stepping up, boom, quick turn, gets up out of the way of Martin coming in hard at second base.
Boy, that was a tough angle for Betterman too. He was in on the grass, kind of had to turn around in order to make that throw.
Yeah, it was a tough angle, but he got his feet set. I think the key to that was how much distance he cut off on that ball, really closing ground. Because if he waits back at all, first of all, he might not have a play at second base. And secondly, even if he does so to second base, there's not going to be enough time to turn that double play.
Now a runner at third base, 2 down. And here's Curtis Granderson, who shows bunt. It was not a squeeze. And Chavez was not coming, obviously, from third base. And Chavez asking third base coach, did I miss anything there? Granderson thinking about bunting. Shift is on, and he went around on that one. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Granderson, the home run in the 5th inning, is 12th. 1 for 4 in the ball game. Off third base, Chavez. Here's the 2-1 delivery, and he'll miss outside with that. So Evelyn falls behind, 3-1. Corey Wade in the bullpen. Granderson, big RBI chance again. 265 off the lefties. And now here comes Girardi, as a little argument's going on here about the count, I think. It's in Granderson's favor. It is 3-1. The board was wrong. They get that corrected. I think that's what Granderson was asking him about. Here's the 3-1 delivery. And walked him. So Evelyn, a hit batter and a walk and a single in the inning. That double play looms ever larger.
Well, you'd like to see the lefty get the lefty out.
Evelyn not impressing Buck Showalter with these hit batters and walks, even though that hit batter this inning was questionable, but just not throwing enough strikes in his start, nor here, although he's got a chance to get out of this. Rodriguez has had a 3-hit ball game, 3 for 4, all singles. And the breaking ball's on the outside corner for a strike. Rodriguez 270 off lefties, 284 righties. He's had a couple of home runs against left-handers. Real bad number with runners in scoring position this year for Rodriguez. 0-1 the count. Runners off first and third. And Evelyn gets ahead of him, 2 strikes. Rodriguez has driven in only 14 runs in this, the 35th game he's played in. It's well below the ratio that he's had in his career. That's why the works by Ibanez, Jeter's great start, have really mattered to help fill in some of the RBI numbers. Oh, to the count. Leaned out, took a look. 1-2.
Pretty good pitch right there. Like a strike to me. Caught the box.
Evelyn does not get the benefit of the call on that one.
He's called worse strikes tonight. I know that.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strike count. And Rodriguez fights that one off over the head of Chavez down at third base. Evelyn has thrown 18 here in the 8th inning. Real important to keep the score right where it is at 7-5. With the Orioles getting a couple more at bats to get back into it. 1 ball, 2 strike count. And fouled away. Rodriguez continues among the active players to have the most home runs and most RBIs against the Orioles. 57 homers and 187 RBIs. He's got a chance to add to it with Chavez at third base. For Anderson over at first, who got the walk, and the matchup in the middle. What? 1-2. A-Rod again fighting away.
He's actually thrown A-Rod some pretty good pitches, some tough pitches.
And it's raining harder. So hard the ducks are flying around the outfield. There are 2 of them. They've been going back and forth. 1 ball, 2 strike count. And a ground ball to short. Hardy's got a force at second. Andino there, and Evelyn works his way out of it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 are left on base. It's a 7-5 Yankee lead. $12 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at-bat 31826 or go to Orioles.com for details. So Evelyn finds his way out of that last inning. Now the Oriole bats see if they can get it going here. Boone Logan, who came on in the last inning. Rain has been off and on all day and all night. But we played through it after about a 14-minute delay to start the game. The Orioles scheduled to have up Davis Johnson and Andino. And the pens will be kept active to keep the matchups going that the managers want as far as possible for the rest of this ball game. Logan got Betterman on the strikeout. Phelps worked an inning. He gave up 3 hits, had 1 strikeout, nothing across. Rapata, Phelps, and now Logan have come out of the bullpen for the Yankees. They were putting down the drying agent. That's the reason he's behind in getting his pitches completed here. Girardi's team looking for their 20th win. The Orioles looking for their 23rd. Orioles trying to maintain their first place spot in the East. They are a game ahead of the Tampa Bay Rays, who went on to play in Toronto. And here is Chris Davis.
Well, it kind of matches up pretty well for the Yankees right now, with Logan facing Davis and then Nick Johnson. Andino's the only righty here in the bottom of the order, and then it goes back to the top with Avery.
Well, let's see what Davis can do against the left-hander. Logan out of the stretch, and that is a strike on the inside corner. This is played in typical Yankee fashion. It has taken a while already. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and Davis will take it inside for a ball.
Yeah, always long games against the Yankees, isn't it?
All the pitches taken. I mean, that's what their game's all about, and it's worked over the years. Here's Davis with that .292 average against left-handers coming in. Here's the 1-1 delivery by Logan, and that's going to be a foul ball. Davis trying to get on as the Orioles try and bring that potential tying run to the plate in this ball game. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Couple of strikeouts on the 2 batters faced by Logan.
Pretty nasty pitch right there. He obviously came in, and Chris Davis pulled it foul down the right field line, and then just hard slider down and away. Good execution of his pitch right there.
Nick Johnson, not a lot of at bat against left-handers coming in. A couple of hits and 6 times up against the lefties. He's drawn a couple of walks in the game to get on base. And the pitch is taken down low for a ball. And again, the rain coming down, but again lets up a little bit. Orioles have Andino waiting on deck. Here's the 1-0 delivery to him. A little softer on that one. In there for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, just a little get me over breaking ball. Obviously has one a little tighter, like the one he just threw to Chris Davis for the strikeout.
Back inside. 2-ball, 1-strike count. Yankee pitchers are kind of like their hitters. They don't mind throwing a lot of pitchers, especially guys in the bullpen. They work it around. They'll get that first strike, and then they'll go behind 2-1 and 2-2. They try and get you to hit pitches that are not strikes. That is in there, and the count will go to 2-2.
Yeah, they seem to nibble. Could get him in trouble though too, and I think the Orioles offense has a lot to do with that as well, because of the damage potential.
Keeps the at bat alive on the foul ball with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. A winner. Johnson, of course, has started to show his power. A couple of home runs here in May after he got out of that long offer to start the season. 2-2 delivery. And down low, and the count is full, 3-2.
He's already got 2 base on balls tonight. He's seen a lot of pitches. That tells me that he's kind of locking in at the plate, at least feeling better about himself. Be patient up there.
Logan, 6 walks, 21 strikeouts in the 15 innings he's worked. 3-2 delivery, and add another K. Martin to Teixeira. So all 3 batters he has struck out. Girardi's getting ready, it looks like, to come out and make the change.
Another slider, hard slider. I don't think Nick was expecting that one. 3-2. All right, well, when Joe Girardi comes out to make the pitching change, we'll be right back. And he's appeared in 14 games this year with a 1.62 ERA. And Gary Thorne is back with us. You're on the air, Gary. Tried to help out. For Wade versus lefties, obviously you see the numbers right there. 233 versus righties, 182. He's going to be facing Robert Andino.
So the Yankees bullpen, as the Orioles bullpen has gone, really getting some workouts of late. Robert Andino coming to the plate. 2 down, nobody on. Avery will wait on deck. A walk, a single, and he is hit into a double play in the ball game. These teams have just gone along tonight, tracking one another. Each team with 10 hits. The Yankees now up by 2, swapping leads throughout the ball game. Right from the first inning on, when the Orioles led 2-0, just missed. Close to going over the bag, but not quite. Adrian Johnson right there on the line at third.
I like to see Robert Andino being aggressive on that fastball. He's taken a couple fastballs tonight in this game that it's not very typical of him, because he doesn't usually let one get by. And that one right there was up in the zone a little bit, and he jumped all over it. Just foul, though.
Breaking ball this time, and that's there for a strike. So Andino down, 2 strikes now. He's going to have to protect. Outfield straight away on him. Granderson in a bit, and he's gone. He chased that one away. So the side is struck out. 2 of them picked up by Logan, 1 by Wade. We've completed 8. Yankees lead 7-5. Find our fares online only at southwest.com and by Dodge. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com. Check out the powerful lineup. That was not one of the Ducks flying around in the outfield. Somebody clearly has had a bathtub overrun tonight near the ballpark.
What the heck? Little rubber ducky out there in the parking lot?
There's a song about that. Here's Robinson Cano, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. So Evelyn will stay on, work his second inning of relief, top of the ninth. Cano a single double, 2 for 4. Raising his average to .305 on the year. Left-hander with the 0-1 pitch to him. Really wasn't that bad. Cano 265 off lefties, 318 off righties. He darted away, but he almost could have caught that and thrown it back.
Yeah, it was just a slow breaking ball that got away from him a little bit.
And a 1-1 count. That one will miss away. And the count goes to 2-1. Tampa Bay has won their ball game against Toronto by a score of 7-1 tonight. So the Orioles need a win in order to hang on to first place. They are up by a game over Tampa. 2-1 pitch in the air, left field. Avery. Cano is retired. Tomorrow, second game and last of this 2-game stand. CC Sabathia with that 5-0 mark, and Wei-Yin Chen with that 3-0 record on a very fine 2.68 ERA. Two lefties will go at it tomorrow.
Yeah, Chen
both
just
pitching well.
Yeah, they are, and Chen, I've been really impressed with him. Obviously, quite a change to come over here and play against, real Major League Baseball players. I'm not saying that they're not good baseball players over, in Japan, but you just get better hitters on a more consistent basis, and he's done a nice job. He has great composure out there. He tries to learn. I see him out there working with pitchers, and he has great rapport with everybody on the team.
In the air to right field, Teixeira back. Markakis reaching, can't get it. Comes off the screen. Teixeira's into second. He will stop right there. A home run in the 7th inning, and almost another one here in the 9th. He gets a double.
Well, he hit that ball well. Obviously, went off the wall. Stayed on it, down and away pitch, but it got Nick turned out there. Nick unable to make the play. Up against the wall. Would have been a great play if he came down with it.
So Teixeira looks like his bat is starting to come alive. He picks up the double, hit number 11 for the Yankees with one away. And Swisher with another RBI chance. He's had a 2 RBI double, a walk, and has grounded out, struck out. And will take the pitch up high for a ball. Yankees just 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position tonight, but they've scored 7 runs in the game. How do you do that?
Yeah, well, a couple misplays.
Yep, that's been it. And here's the intentional pass to Swisher with Ibanez waiting on deck. This will create possibility for the double play. Just trying to keep it right here at 7-5. Give the Orioles a chance in the bottom half of the 9th inning. So Swisher gets the intentional pass. That is the first intentional walk he's drawn this year. And Ibanez coming up. Raul Ibanez makes it a lefty against lefty.
Well, definitely a better matchup. I mean, Swisher's leading the Yankees in RBI. So get him on first base. Keep the double play in order. Lefty on lefty. Odds are definitely in the Orioles' favor here.
Ibanez only had 10 at bats against left-handers, 2 for 10, and hit him. And no question about that one. Boy, Evelyn, he has plunked 2 tonight. He plunked 2 the other night along with 4 walks. That's going to load the bases.
Yeah, that one got away from him as well. But that wasn't a breaking ball. That was a fastball right on the elbow.
The Yankees have already lost Nova to a sprained right foot and ankle. Their starting pitcher. They lost Rapada, who came on and pitched a third of an inning and then had a viral infection that took him out of the game. And now Raul Ibanez is going to have to come out because they clearly want to take a look at that elbow. And that doesn't look very good the way he's going out. Wise will come on. Dwayne Wise to run for Ibanez. The Yankees came into this game having sent 10 to the disabled list this year. The Orioles have sent 8. The Red Sox have sent even more than that. And here is Chavez. The bases are loaded, 1 away. And the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Rafael Soriano in the bullpen, as the Yankees, of course, without Rivera to close, moving that job around. Eric Chavez has had 1 at bat against the left-hander, 0 for 1. The 0-1 delivery, breaking ball hit in the air to center. Jones, this will get a run in. Teixeira will tag up. Throw will come into second base. It'll be a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Chavez, and a big one. Makes it 8-5.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. This inning kind of got away with, obviously, the hit by pitch. The Buck wants to appeal second.
Nope.
Didn't get it.
Well, Buck Showalter's on his way to the mound now, and he's going to make the call to the bullpen. Chavez picking up the sacrifice fly RBI. Such big runs in a ball game like this coming late. That'll be his 7th RBI of the season. And 8-5 Yankees. Tack on runs that were put up by Tampa Bay in the game they won on Sunday, and now same thing's happening here in this ball game. And for Darren O'Day, it's about holding it right here.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the late inning runs, those tack on runs you just mentioned, are tough. They're not backbreakers, but boy, it just makes it so much harder to come back, especially late in the game. You know you're going to get the closer. And right now, the Yankees have a couple closers out there that they can use, so there's a couple strong arms left.
And here is Russell Martin to face O'Day with 2 down, runners on at first and third. And there's that look again, and no play anywhere. Martin has been hit by a pitch, drawn 2 walks, and flied out. It's pretty good work for the number 9 hitter in this ball game, getting on base 3 times. And the pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner.
And he gets rewarded by facing O'Day.
Yeah.
Nice day, son. Here, face this guy.
See the runners off first and third. Martin 0 for 1 off O'Day. And the pitch will be taken away for a ball. Yankees, from an Orioles perspective, have had some really ugly scoring innings. The 6th inning, they picked up 2 runs on just 1 hit and an error. This inning, they've had only 1 hit. Again, they've got a run in, 1 so far. 1-1. How do we take it inside for a ball? And Martin gets ahead on the count, 2-1. O'Day with the left-hander at 136, right-handers 216. Big part of the pen for the Orioles. Here's the 2-1 delivery. That'll be outside. The count goes to 3-1. Top of the order, Jeter waiting on deck.
Yeah, you don't want to let Martin go. You gotta pitch to him. Hope for a ground ball.
O'Day this year has worked in a couple of games, 3 innings. He's given up a run on 3 hit against the Yankees. And the 3-1 delivery, and that is there. So he takes it full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, top of the 9th. The Yankees have a run in. Sacrifice fly. Chavez got it. Swisher's moved over to third. Wise is on as a pinch runner at first for Ibanez. And with a 3-ball, 2-strike count, Martin a big out to get to the bottom of the 9th. O'Day's delivery to him, takes it, and got him. Darren O'Day comes on and gets the out. A run in on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 are left on base. Bottom of the 9th coming.
The 9th coming up, and Rick, the Orioles in it down by 3, but it's going to take a big rally to get back and get this game.
They really
even.
did. They did a good job at coming back in the middle of this ball game against Ivan Nova and taking the lead in the middle, but they gave it right back on defense. But then again, they're still in a position. They get a couple men on. They could possibly turn things around.
Yankees have scored 5 unanswered runs. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Back upstairs we go to Gary and Mike.
All right, Jim Rick, thanks very much. And an 8-5 ball game, and of course, without Mariano Rivera for the rest of the season. So Rafael Soriano, the 32-year-old veteran right-hander, will come on looking for a save.
Well, Soriano's definitely had save experience, so he's no stranger to this role. But you know, he obviously hasn't done it with Mariano Rivera being the closer for the Yankees. So, you know, it's kind of new to him, and they're looking for somebody to try to take that spot and run with it.
They picked up saves. Of course, Mariano Rivera got 5 while he was still playing. Boone Logan's picked up a save. David Robertson's picked up a save. And Soriano's picked up a save. Soriano led the American League in saves with 45 when he was pitching with Tampa Bay back in 2010. You see the 4 different players closing games since April 29 and the loss of Mariano Rivera. So the Orioles need 3 to keep this going. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. And here's the top of the order. Avery. And he will take the pitch for a strike. A triple, a double, RBI, 2 runs scored. Dwayne Wise stays in the ball game for Ibanez, who came out after being hit by a pitch. Soriano with Hardy and Markakis to follow. Key is getting that leadoff man on. That'll be foul back and a 2-strike count. Updating you on the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game so far. There are the results. Still time to text in your vote, A, B, or C, 31826. Results on the O's Extra post-game show. Soriano with the 0-2 delivery. Avery lifts it in the air. Center field. Granderson, 1 down. So Avery retired. J.J. Hardy in the game, a single and a home run, 3 RBI ball game, then robbed of another one by Granderson, 7th inning, of another hit on a deep fly ball. It would have been for extra bases. Granderson went back and caught right up against the wall. Soriano. And it's there for a strike.
There's that home run. J.J. Hardy had 9th of the season. Did in the 5th inning. And boy, J.J.'s been heating up lately. He's looking a lot more comfortable at the plate. Much better rhythm up there. And been a lot more consistent.
He'll foul that one away. Soriano has retired Hardy all 8 times that he has faced him. 2-strike count. Yankees out hitting the Orioles 11-10 in a highly offensive game. 13 runs, 21 hits, 17 left on combined, and the pitch will be taken up high and away. Soriano's 3rd game against the Orioles this year. He's worked 2 1/3 innings previously, given up 1 run on 3 hits, a couple of walks, and 3 strikeouts against the O's. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and he got him 2 down. Still away, bottom of the 9th.
Well, just a high fastball right here. Just kind of takes off up in the zone. J.J. chases, trying to protect with 2 strikes. And able to get the bat on the ball.
That'll bring up Nick Markakis with 2 down here in the 9th against Soriano. 1 for 2. Markakis off this right-hander. And the fastball is there for a strike. Phelps is in line to pick up the win here. He'd be 1-1 on the year. Ayala for the Orioles would take the loss. He'd be 1-1. And Soriano's got a shot at his 2nd save this season. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Markakis up high. Victory here would give the Yankees a 5-2 edge on the Orioles in the season series. One ball, 1 strike delivery. Markakis fouls it back. 1-2.
It's kind of weird. He didn't see this game playing out this way at all from the beginning. I mean, Hamill was so consistent, pounding the strike zone early. Looked well in control. Absolutely looked like he knew exactly what he wanted to do to all the hitters. Our offense clicked in the 1st inning. Looked like we were going to get to Nova, and
all changed, didn't it?
A whole new ball game.
Like they say about a long season, games can also be long. Twists and turns. Popped it up in the air. Chavez, no, and it's in. Jeter, Chavez, Wise, and they all were looking at each other. Markakis is on.
Oh, there's 3 veteran players, and they make make a bad mistake right there. I mean, that should have been the end of the game. Chavez thinks somebody calls it. Nobody wanted to help him out. Now, typically, that would be Derek Jeter's ball. And he's probably thinking he should have taken charge.
It is called an error, I think, on Chavez, the third baseman. Keep the ball game alive. Here's Jones. Double single, 2 for 4. Soriano running second base. Defensive indifference. Markakis. Now Martin's going to go out just to make sure Soriano's all right. Keep him settled after what he thought was a game-ending pop-up.
All right, that's a tough situation for a pitcher. I mean, there's a big letdown. You just assume the game is over, so your body kind of tends to shut down a little bit, and all of a sudden you got to amp it back up. Granted, there's 2 outs, but you never know.
Here's the 1-0 delivery. Jones takes a strike on the outside corner. Jones has not had a hit against Soriano. 0 for 7. Adam has had a hot bat of late. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Jones extending the hit streak tonight to 6 games. Leading the ball club in home runs, 10 of them. 7 of the 10 have either tied or given the Orioles the lead in a ball game. Markakis on at second. One ball, 2-strike delivery. Jones goes to third. Chavez up. Got to hustle a throw, and it gets him. And that will do it. In the 9th inning, the Orioles no runs, no hits, and error. A base runner left on. Yankees take it by a score of 8-5. Phelps 1-1. The winner, Ayala, the loser, 1-1, and Soriano was second save. Game 2 of the short series tomorrow. Wei-Yin Chen takes them out against CC Sabathia. Our coverage 6:30 on Masino's Extra, presented by Jeep, followed by game action at 7. For Mike Bordick and all of our crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne. The final of the Yankees 8 and the Orioles 5. This telecast has been a Masson presentation. Jim and Rick standing by. Those extras coming up next from Camden Yards. Stay tuned. Adieu.